Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. From Hollywood, here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present Rio Rita. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae, and 4 famous guest stars, Margot, Marion Hutton, and Sweeney and March, with a great cast of Hollywood featured players, including Alan Reed, Elvia Allman, and Paul Frees. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Lubov, and the entire production is set to the music of Carmen Dragon's Orchestra and brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour Show Train presents a show that was originally produced on Broadway by the great Florenz Ziegfeld at the Ziegfeld Theater. So let's ring up the curtain on Rio Rita, with book by Guy Bolton and Fred Thompson, and lyrics and music by Joseph McCarthy and Harry Tierney. In our performance this evening, I play the part of Jim Stewart, who falls in love with Rio Rita, played for us by Margot. Marion Hutton is Dolly, a cabaret dancer. Hal March takes the part of the lawyer Ed Lovett, and Bob Sweeney plays his client, Chick Bean. Well, in every show there's a villain, and tonight, Mr. Alan Reed plays the part of a very bad hombre named General Esteban.
General Romero Joselito Tomas Miguel Armando Esteban, if you don't mind, senor. And if I am, like you said, the bad hombre, maybe we have the more fun that way, eh? Anyway, you come with me to Mexico, eh? From Texas, we crossed the Rio Grande and arrived pronto in the little town of San Luca, where I am head man, and where, for some strange reason, I own the Esteban Hotel, the Esteban Department Store, the Esteban Building, and the only floating nightclub in all Mexico, which is called the Club Esteban. It is getting dark pretty quick now, and I'm thinking of going into the Cafe Esteban for my supper, when down at the end of the Avenue Esteban, there comes a bunch of those Texas Rangers approaching on horses' backs.
When you roll, you're not alone, for when you belong to the Lone Star Rangers, dance to
They stop their horses in front of my hotel. One of the Rangers, he gets off his horse and tags a piece of paper onto a pole. Then, without he says one word, he gets back onto his horse, and they all ride off down the street, singing, just like was a musical comedy.
We're all pals together, comrades, birds of a feather.
I go over and read the paper, and when I am finished, I notice a very beautiful girl which stands by the hotel. Then, all of a sudden, a man steps out from the dark shadows. You know who that man is? It's me. So I grab her by the arms to keep her from making the scrams.
Take your hands off of me, General Esteban. Take them off.
Bastante, you are the spitfire, my Rita. I only wish to make conversation with you. Tell me, you seen the notice the Rangers just put up?
No, what is it?
It is a reward of $10,000 offered for the man who robbed the Texas State Bank of South Fremont last month.
Do they know who it is?
They only know he is the kinkajou.
I am not interested in the kinkajou.
See, you are only interested in this strange Americano, this gringo.
Gringo, all the time gringo. Do you not know that my father was a gringo too?
See, I know this. And I know also that you claim to be Americano. But that does not say you are half Spanish. Now tell me, what is the name of this gringo?
It is none of your business.
I know his name. It is Jim. What does he do here in San Luca?
You know everything, so you must know that.
No, that I do not know. But I'm going to find out, and pretty quick. Me, General Romero, Joselito Tomas Miguel Armando Esteban, am the head of this district. And I do not like the stranger which is mysterious.
And me, Rita Maria Dulcinea Maggie Ferguson, I do not like the people which do not like the people which I like. So, I go.
Wait, not before I have the kiss. Eh?
Let
Come
go
on.
of me, let go of me. Jim, Jim!
No, he cannot hear you now.
You're wrong, Butterball. Now back up and play nice.
Oh, Jim.
You call me names, huh, Gringo? You make to me the insult, eh?
Insult? With butter at 90 cents a pound?
So you are the smart Alex, eh? Okay, smart Alex, I'm going to tell you something. Get out of San Luca. Hasta la vista, senorita. Think it over, Gringo.
Oh, Jimmy, I am afraid of that man. He can do anything in San Luca.
As long as he can't make you love him, that's all I care about.
Oh, Jim, you know he cannot do that.
Then don't worry. In a few days, I'll be through with the job that brought me down here, and then...
And then you go back home?
Only if you go with me.
Oh, I want so much to see your so lovely house in Texas and your so lovely dog.
And don't forget the so lovely river that runs along the foot of the garden.
Is it nicer than the Rio Grande?
Oh, no river is nicer than the Rio Grande. Do you know why?
Yes, I know why. But I like to hear you tell me again.
Down by the river Rio Grande, on its silver sand, that's where I found you. And now my heart's at your command. Want to be near your hand, lingering around you. For love like mine, is there no returning? Give me one sight, my heart. Above is one day your lips will say I love you. Rita, senorita, here is my heart. Here is my heart.
To see my lovely Rita look at this gringo with the calf's eyes makes me very mad. So I walk away. And what do I see? Dolly Smith, a girl which dances for me in my cabaret, and a man named Chick Bean, which also works for me, driving up in an automobile which said, just married. I watch Dolly go upstairs in a hotel with bag, and I'm just about to go over and speak to Chick when that gringo lawyer, Ed Lovett, beat me to it.
Nice bundle of thread that just went upstairs, Chick. You know her?
Slightly. She's my wife.
Your wife? When did you get married?
About 15 minutes ago, and I'm still happy.
Now, look, chick, I'm your lawyer, and you had no business getting married without consulting me. This Mexican divorce of yours is no good. I received this letter from your first wife's lawyers. Read it and weep.
Okay. What? Why, Ed, she calls me a bigamist.
And she's right. Of all the fools, you are the bigamist.
Well, what's the penalty for bigamy down here in Mexico?
The same as it is in the United States. 2 mothers-in-law.
Well, what am I going to do, Ed?
About 5 years in jail.
Well, I'll never be able to do that long.
Well, the law doesn't expect miracles, kid. Do as much as you can. Now, here's the situation. Until I can get the first Mrs. Bean to accept the divorce, you and the young lady you've just married must live as far apart as the poles.
Well, do I have to tell her now?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't tomorrow morning do?
No.
Oh, Chick! Chick, darling!
Now, here she comes now. Be sure to tell her the honeymoon's off. See you later.
Chick, who was that?
Mr. Levitt, my lawyer. He's a fellow lodge member. He wants me to go on a hunting trip with him.
Hunting? When?
Tonight.
On your wedding night, you're not going to go hunting.
Well, it would be original, wouldn't it?
Why, Chick Bean, how can you be so cruel? And on our wedding night.
Oh, I want time to think things over.
This is no time to think. You're always in my arms, but only in my dreams. In dreams, you're always near, sweetheart. We're always 'neath the palms, so happy then it seems, so near and yet so far apart. If I could only hold you, really, tell you all my love sincerely, how I adore your charms, you're always in my arms, in dreams, but only my dreams.
I decide there is no use wasting my time on Dolly, so I go see what Rita is doing. And where do you think I find her, huh? In Jim's arms.
You're always in my arms, but only in my dreams. In dreams, you're always near, sweetheart. How I adore your charms. You're always in my arms, in dreams, but only in my dreams.
The Placi is getting too deep for you, eh? For me, too. Because later I hear Rita's brother, Roberto, talking with the lawyer, Senor Lovett.
Senor Lovett, because my sister and I claim American citizenship, we have lost our rancho. I must leave here tonight, so I sold all our cattle.
How much did you get?
2,000 American dollars. Can you change it into Mexican money for me?
Well, let's see. $1 is worth about 4 pesos. That makes 8,000. Suppose I give you 5,000 pesos for it.
But I lose money, senor.
Well, a fella's got to live. Take it or leave it.
I take it.
I hear you are. Keep it in a safe place, my boy. There are dishonest men in this town.
Si. Gracias, senor.
Gracias.
Adios.
Yeah. Not bad, not bad.
Un momento, Senor Lovett.
Huh?
Let me see that money.
Okay, Esteban. I'll hold on to what you just looked.
Just like I think. Those dinero are from the State Bank in Fremont, Texas.
So it's from the State Bank of... Hey! That's the bank the Kinkajou robbed. You don't think I'm the Kinkajou, do you, Esteban?
Who cares? The Kinkajou big hero in San Luca. But be careful, senor. Do not let the Rangers catch you with that money.
Gosh, What am I going to do with this money?
Hey, Ed, can you change some Mexican pesos into American money for me?
Chick, you're a very lucky man. It just so happens that I have about $2,000 with me.
Oh, thanks, pal. Here are 10,000 pesos for it.
Don't mention it, pal. The pleasure was all mine.
Well, this money's going to have to last me a long time, boy.
It will, pal. About 15 years. The Rangers. Well, let's scram out of here. Oh, well, it's too late now.
Here's the old song of the Ranger. It's called Get Your Man.
What's going on here?
Jim, what are you doing in a soldier's suit? I thought you were Rita's new sweetheart.
But I'm also Captain Jim Stewart of the Texas Rangers.
Whoa, what do you know? Can I buy you a drink?
Thanks. Say, wait a minute. That money, where did you get it?
Well, see you around, fellas.
Hold that man.
Oh, what's the matter with this money?
It was stolen by the Kinkajou.
The Kinkajou? Well, hiya, Kinky.
No, you can't pin that on me. I just got it from Roberto Ferguson, Rita's brother.
Rita's brother?
Sure.
Then he must be the Kinkajou.
Gosh, Jim, you can't arrest Rita's brother.
Oh, yes, I can. Are you with me, boys?
When the Rangers come to town to settle up or settle down, they're in their heyday.
Because it's payday.
There's a bottle, laugh, a joke, a heck of a night, and then you're broke because tomorrow
We'll have to borrow.
we'll find this consolation when we haven't got a dime. Our job's a big vacation and a darn good time. We're all pals together, comrades, birds of a feather, rootin' pals, tootin' pals, scootin' pals, shootin' pals, in rain or sunshine. We stand for law here, that's what we're for here. And when we're about, you'll hear them shout, you better look out for the Lone Star Rangers, Texas way.
We're all pals together, comrades, birds of a feather, rootin' pals, tootin' pals, scootin' pals, shootin' pals, in rain or sunshine.
We stand for law here, that's what we're for here. And when we're about, you'll hear them shout,
You better look out for the Lone Star Rangers, 'cause we're the Rangers, man to man.
And so the curtain falls on the first act of Rio Rita. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment. Meanwhile, just a reminder that 30 years ago this week, this coming Thursday, the guns were quieted along the Western Front. No one who experienced it can forget that first Armistice Day. So this is a week for remembrance of those who brought us victory in 1918, and of the other men and women who in the Second World War once more fought to preserve the things that make America free. Many of these men and women were railroaders. Some of them, the 30-odd thousand men of the military railway service, were soldier railroaders in foreign lands. They ran during the war period the railroads in 19 different countries located on 4 of the 5 great continents of the earth. Others of these railroad men served with other elements of the Transportation Corps of the Army and with the transport services of the Navy to provide the worldwide movement of men and material and supplies so essential to victory. Still other railroaders had no connection with transportation during the war. They were soldiers, sailors, airmen in the armed services of their country. Altogether, from the ranks of the railroads, there went into the armed services of the nation more than 350,000 men and women, an army in themselves. To them, and to the millions of other Americans who were in the service of the country in the 2 world wars, the nation owes the grateful remembrance of which this Armistice Week is a symbol. We return now to Rio Rita, starring Margot, Marion Hutton, Sweeney and March, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Tonight I am giving big party on my patio. I am working out big plans in my mind when Dolly comes out of the house with many of my guests, all laughing and having one swell of a good time.
Good evening, General.
I am glad to see you all enjoy my party. Where is Rita? You see her, Dolly?
No, not since dinner time.
Ah, there is the musicians. Let's waltz, eh?
Aw, now you can't waltz to that music. That's the kinkajou they're playing. The new dance they've named in honor of that bold, bad bandit.
Yeah, how do you do it, Dolly?
Well, the principle of the thing is, don't let your left hip know what your right hip is doing. Now you watch. Senor, when you do the kinkajou, you'll dance before you think you do. You clown around, you're feeling oh so lazy, for you know you're shouting whoops-a-daisy. First you feel a kinkajou, but here's the kick for you. Your one desire is to acquire each movement of this dainty dance. 'Twill thrill you through. Oh, I know it will entrance you when you do the kinkajou.
When you do the kinkajou, you dance before you think you do.
You clown around, you're feeling oh so lazy, for you know you're shouting whoops-a-daisy.
First you feel a kinkajou, but here's the kick for you.
Your one desire is to acquire each movement of this dainty dance. Will thrill you through. Oh, I know it will entrance you when you do the kinkajou.
You are wonderful, my little Dolly. Come, give your old friend a kiss, eh? Once more, the encore. Eh?
Hey, take it easy, General. Your good conduct medal is sticking me.
Just a minute, General Esteban. Don't forget, that's my wife.
Why, Chick, I didn't think you remembered.
Well, look, Dolly, I haven't told you the truth about us.
Well, what do you mean? We're married, aren't we?
Well, that's just it, honey. You heard about the secret society of the Poison Fang, haven't you?
No, but I got a sneaking hunch I'm gonna.
Huh? I'm an honorary member, baby, and honorary members aren't allowed to marry until they get permission from the head tiger.
Oh, they're not, huh? Well, who is the head tiger?
My lawyer, Ed Lovett.
Well, then let me at him. Where is he?
Looking for someone?
Who are you?
Your husband's lawyer, Ed Lovett.
So you're the...
Hey!
Hold that tiger!
Hey!
Hold that tiger!
Tiger, what is this? Chick, have you been lying to this lovely girl? Haven't you told her yet that you have another wife?
Another wife? You've got another wife, Chick Bean? Why, you bluebeard, you!
Oh, Dolly, that's just a 5 o'clock shadow.
Don't you touch me, Chick Bean. I want to be a real wife, not a member of a syndicate. Goodbye!
Dolly! Oh, you're not a lawyer, Ed. You're just a fight promoter. Now, Dolly's just as mad as hops. Now, you got to do something.
I already have. I talked to your first wife, Katie, on the phone, and she's coming down here.
Oh, no! Not her, not Katie. Haven't I got troubles enough?
Oh, don't get all excited. She won't be here for 2 days.
Oh, that's just dandy. Gosh, funny the fuss they make about a little wedding. Just a few words mumbled in the church, and you're married.
Yeah, just a few words mumbled in your sleep, and you're divorced.
I get tired listening to these people argue, so when I see Rita coming into other end of patio, I hurry over to meet her.
Where is Jim, General Esteban? You said in the note you sent me that Jim wishes to see me.
I think perhaps he does wish to see you, but not here.
I'm going.
No, Rita, wait. I want to tell you something about your gringo friend.
I do not wish to hear it.
Get out of my way. General Esteban, I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
A servant of yours entered my room and ransacked my bag.
In this town, we do not bother with the search warrant when we deal with a suspicious character, Captain Stewart.
Captain Stewart?
See, my Rita, your friend, he is captain of the Texas Rangers.
Jim, is this true?
Yes, Rita.
Listen, Captain Stewart, I have always prided myself that I am the good host. And since you are in my patio, I treat you like the guest. But if you do not leave in the 5 minutes...
What will you do?
I go to give the orders now to shoot you. Adios, senor.
go, Jim, please.
I can't, Rita. I'm looking for someone.
Who?
I can't tell you yet. But remember, Rita, no matter what happens, I love you.
Oh, no, you mustn't, Jim, please. There are too many people. You mustn't make love to me.
Well, then let's waltz.
Waltz?
Yes. That way I can at least hold you in my arms.
Okay, let's waltz.
If you're in love, you'll waltz. To waltz is but to dream, for there's a simple charm that holds you arm in arm, a pair of smiling eyes that love and sympathize. You'll laugh and you'll forget your faults. If you're in love, you'll waltz.
You're right, my Jimmy. It's so wonderful in your arms. I could waltz forever.
Not forever, Rita. Remember, you promised someday that...
Yes. Someday I'm going to be your wife.
Oh, let me hold you closer, Rita.
My heart to heart will tell life's sweetest story. Hold me in your arms. Hold me in your arms, for there's a simple charm that holds you arm in arm. With smiling eyes that love and sympathize. You'll laugh and you'll forget your faults. If you're in love, you'll
When I come back onto the patio, I see Rita in Jim's arms again. But I am very cool when I say, Rita, I cannot see you made the fool of by a gringo.
How did he make the fool of me?
This gringo, he is after your brother.
I do not believe it.
Ask him.
Jim, is it true?
Yes, Rita, your brother is the kinkajou.
The king... Oh, now I know you make the silly jokes.
He make the love to you, my Rita, so it can help him to get your brother.
You lie.
I prove it to you. Captain Stewart, if you wish to catch the kinkajou, you better make the hurry, because he is getting ready to run away.
Where is he?
At his ranch.
Jim!
I'm sorry, Rita.
Jim!
What did I told you,
Let go of me.
Wait, Rita. Do you love him more than your brother?
No, I hate him. But I must keep him from taking Roberto.
Do not make me worry, my Rita. Roberto is safe.
Where is he?
Inside, in my private office.
Oh.
And Jim will never bother you again. My soldados will take care of him. Soldados! Shoot the gringo who is just leaving.
No.
Get out of their way, Rita.
No.
Fire, soldados, fire!
I will not let you. I will not let you.
Rita! You do love him. You forced the guns up so they couldn't shoot straight.
Jim! Oh, you have killed him. Jim! Oh, thank heaven.
Before we bring you the last act of Rio Rita, I'd like to point out that the 30 years since the armistice of November 11th, 1918, which brought to an end the hostilities of the First World War, have seen amazing developments in every department of life. And in no field have there been more new developments or greater progress than in the field of transportation. This is true of transportation on the highways, on the water, in the air, and on the rails. Between the end of the First World War and the beginning of the Second, the railroads of the United States spent an average of $500 million a year on the improvement of their plant and facilities. Much of the improvement was undramatic, straightening out curves, cutting down grades, putting in better signals or communications, improving shop machinery and practices, as well as building and buying new and better engines and cars. But when the great test of the Second World War came, these undramatic improvements, made and continued year after year, paid off for the nation. For despite all the other developments, and even after all the billions of public funds which had been spent on other ways of transportation, when emergency came, it was to its railroads that the nation turned. It was the railroads which carried 90% of the war freight and 97% of the organized military travel. And nothing has happened since the war which in any way diminishes the importance, indeed the absolute necessity, of maintaining in full force and vigor these railroads, which in time of peace are essential to commerce, and in time of war are vital to victory. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Rio Rita, starring Margot, Marion Hutton, Sweeney, and March, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
A couple of days they go by, and I see no sign of Captain Jim Stewart. Meanwhile, I keep Roberto out of sight at the Club Esteban, which is the floating nightclub I own in the Rio Grande. By this time, I am so sick of the women that when I see a gringo dame coming up the gangplank, I make the quick duck. So when she speaks to the lawyer, the Senor Ed Lovett, I am happy. Because she is not so good looking anyways.
Pardon me. I'm looking for a gentleman by the name of Lovett. They told me at the hotel that he was here at the Club Esteban.
Madam, you have the honor to be speaking to that broad-shouldered, irresistible chap right now.
Oh, really? Well, I'm Mrs. Bean.
Oh, you're the first Mrs. Bean. In other words, you're the has-been.
Mr. Lovett, I am not going to let Chick put anything over on me.
Now, Mrs. Bean, I suggest that you make arrangements to collect alimony from Chick and then go back home.
I don't want alimony, Mr. Lovett. My uncle just died and left me $3 million.
What? How much?
In the neighborhood of $3 million.
That's my favorite neighborhood. Step right into my office. Tell me, my dear girl, why do you waste your time on a jerk like Chick Bean? Don't you know how beautiful you are? Don't you know you have charm? 3 million charms? Listen, sugar, just what advice did your lawyer give you before you came down here?
He told me to say no to everything.
Sounds like a very wise man, baby. Do you mind if I put my arm around your waist?
No.
Baby, you and I are going to have a lot of fun. If you're on the level about this. Do you mind if I...
Oh, Chicky, dear, look who's here. Ed Lovett and some woman.
Yeah, isn't she a frump?
What?
Oh, good gosh, it's my wife.
What?
I mean my ex-wife. Hello, Katie. How are you? This is Dolly. My future, meet my past.
Well, my dear, you certainly know a good thing when somebody else has it. Ha, ha.
Ha, ha. Do you want him back?
No, you can have him.
Oh, thank you, Katie.
He's nothing but an insignificant little runt.
Oh, now, wait a minute. He may be a runt, but he's not insignificant.
Oh, thank you, Dolly.
Mrs. Bean, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes?
How would you like to see your name on my tombstone?
Oh, will you take good care of me?
And how? You don't realize how valuable you are to me.
Oh, am I really, Ed?
Oh, you certainly are. And it isn't the $3 million I'm thinking about either. I'd love you if you only had $2 million. Not as much, but very nearly.
What's that?
They're firing at somebody. Look, it's Jim Stewart. He's headed this way.
Rita. Where's Rita? I've got to see her.
Okay, Jim, we'll find her for you. Dolly, you wait here.
Oh, you're crazy, Jim, to risk your neck like this.
Well, that's the way it is, Dolly, when you fall in love.
Why don't you practice my philosophy?
Well, what is it?
Well, when things look darkest for me, I just keep singing. I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine. Someday one ray may steal through. Can't change my ways, always hoping sometime someone else may learn to care as I do. There's only one beneath the sun that I've ever found. If he would smile on me a while, 'twould change things all around. Until then, I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine, following the sun around.
I think you've got something there, Dolly.
Well, now you try it yourself and see how much better you feel.
I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine. Someday one ray may steal through. Can't change my ways, always hoping sometime someone else may learn to care as I do. There's only one beneath the sun that I've ever found. If she would smile on me a while, 'twould change things all around. Until then, I'll spend my days chasing after sunshine, following the sun
I listened to that song waiting for Rita to show up, and sure enough, she does. I have them all trapped now. So I begin to carry out my plans while they talk.
Jim, oh, Jim.
Rita, darling.
Jim, General Esteban has many soldiers here tonight. They will kill you. You must go quickly.
Not till you tell me you love me.
I love you, Jim.
Gonzalez, place your man at the gangways.
Oh, Jim, he knows you're here. They will catch you. You cannot get away.
I'm not licked yet, darling, and I've got an idea. Look, try and keep Esteban busy for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back.
Rita, have you seen the gringo? One of my men tell me they see him come aboard this barge.
Then why you do not ask your man where he is?
Because I am asking you.
Oh, you're hurting
Tell me, have you seen him? Tell me.
Take your hands off my sister, Esteban.
Take them off. You dare to take the pokes at me? Lopez, shoot this Roberto. He is the Kinkajou.
That is not so, Esteban.
It is so. If I say it is so, it is so. Shoot him, Lopez.
Hold it. You can't shoot that man.
Ah, the gringo. He shows himself. Shoot him too, Lopez.
I'd recall that order if I were you, Esteban.
You are telling me what to do. I am the head man of this district. I do what I please.
You're not the head man of this district, General. You're in Texas now.
Texas?
That's right. I cut the cables, and this barge has drifted across the river. We're in Texas.
He is right. This is Texas, and here come the Rangers.
Don't try to get away, Roberto. You're under arrest.
So it was for this you came back. Oh, I despise you. I hate you more than ever.
Rita, let me explain.
Do not speak to me. Not now. Forever.
Esteban!
What you want, gringo?
I want you, General Esteban. You're under arrest.
Arrest me? You make the talk like the crazy one.
I don't think the judge will think I'm crazy, Esteban. When I show him the proof that you are the Kinkajou.
Jim, is this true?
Yes, Rita. Esteban is the Kinkajou. I had to pretend that I thought it was your brother in order to get the proof against him. Arrest him, men.
You cannot do this to me. No, it cannot be did. Not to me, General Romero Joselito.
What?
Well, maybe it can.
Come, men. Take him away.
We're all pals together.
Well, anyways, I get a nice horseback ride out of it. But I have fun. I fool you, all the time? You do not guess it was me, it was the Kinkajou, Oh, you did, Okay. Well, they will not hold me long, because the courthouse where they take me is named Esteban Courthouse, and I am very familiar with the judge, who is my cousin, Pablo Esteban, Jr. And maybe I still win Rita, too, because you know who rides with me by my side, out of Rita's reach? Listen.
Oh, Rita, Senorita, goodbye, dear heart.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our 4 guest stars this evening, Margot, Marion Hutton, and Sweeney and March, and to the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performance in our production of Rio Rito, which was adapted for radio by Ed Gardner. Well, next week, our star-studded show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Dorothy Kirsten, Lucille Norman, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you Rudolph Frimmel's famous Vagabond King, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. So, until next week, goodbye. And remember, during the coming week, as always, the American railroads will provide for you the dependable low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the famous Gilbert and Sullivan comic opera, The Mikado, starring Gordon MacRae and his 2 guests, Kenny Baker and Evelyn Case. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical hit is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we're bringing you the charming and delightful Mikado, set in a world that only Gilbert and Sullivan could create. This is the town of Kitty-Poo. Kenny Baker is our wandering minstrel, Nanky-Poo. Lovely Evelyn Case is Yum-Yum. And I've landed myself a job as the Lord High Executioner, a fellow named Coco. And all these others, well, let them introduce themselves.
If you want to know who we are children of Japan. On many a bosom joy, on many a screen and fan. We figure in lively stage, our engines queer and quaint. Your rocket to take in aid.
Gentlemen, will you tell me where I can find a lovely maiden named Yum-Yum?
Who are you, and why do you want to know?
Well, gather round me while I tell you.
And his arm around her waist. A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby, and dreamy
And what is your business with Yum-Yum, minstrel?
Well, a year ago, I fell in love with Yum-Yum, but she was engaged to a cheap tailor named Coco. And broken-hearted, I left town. But imagine my delight when I heard that Coco had been condemned to death for flirting. So I've come back to find my Yum-Yum.
It is true that Coco was condemned to death, but he was reprieved at the last moment and raised to the rank of Lord High Executioner.
Coco, Lord High Executioner?
Yes, and I'm Pooh-Bah, Lord High Everything Else. First Lord of the Treasury, Lord Chief Justice, Lord High Admiral, and Lord Mayor, all roll into one.
That's quite a roll.
You're wasting your time. Yum-Yum is on her way home from school to marry the Lord High Executioner today.
No.
Ah, here comes His Excellency, Coco.
Behold the Lord High Executioner, a personage of noble rank and title, a dignified and potent officer, whose functions are particularly vital, very vital, very vital. Bow down to the Lord High Executioner. Bow down to the noble one, to the noble one, to the Lord High Executioner.
Ah, gentlemen, I'm very touched by this reception, and I fear there are plenty of people whose deaths will be a distinct gain to society.
Someday it may happen that a victim must be found. I've got a little list of society offenders who might well be underground and who never would be missed, There's the pestilential nuisances who write full autographs, and people who have flabby hands and irritating laughs. All children who are up in dates and floor you with them flat. All persons who in shaking hands shake hands with you like that. And all third persons who on spoiling tete-a-tates insist. They'd none of them be missed. They'd none of them be missed.
He's got a monolith, he's got a monolith, and there's none of them be missed. There's none of them be missed. None of them be missed. None of them be missed. None of them be missed.
And that nice Iprios nuisance who just now is rather rife, the judicial humorist, I've got him on the list. All funny fellows, comic men, and clowns of private life. They'd none of them be missed. They'd none of them be missed. And apologetic statesmen of a compromising kind, such as, what do you call them, the thingamabob, and likewise, never mind, and what's his name, and also, you know who. The task of filling up the blanks I'd rather leave to you, but it really doesn't matter whom you put upon the list, for they'd none of them be missed. They'd none of them be missed.
You may put them on a list. You may put them on a list, and they'll none of them be missed. They'll none of them be missed.
Ah, here comes... Kiss me.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Yum, yum.
Oh, look, who's here? It's Nanky Poo.
Oh, yes, my beloved.
Beloved? Who is this?
Sir, I have the misfortune to love Yum Yum. Please, don't be angry.
Angry? Not a bit, my boy. I love her myself. Take him away.
Please. Please. Let me have just 2 minutes with her.
Very well. But by Japanese time, that's pretty fast. I'll be right back.
Oh, Yum Yum, I love you so.
I love you too, minstrel.
But I must confess something, Yum Yum. I am the son of the Mikado.
The son of the Mikado?
Yes, you see, a few years ago, an old crow named Katisha fell in love with me. My father ordered me to marry her or go to the scaffold. I couldn't do that, so... Well, I left town and took up the second trombone. And then I saw you.
Time's up.
Oh, no. Farewell, Yum Yum.
Farewell, Nanky Poo.
Your Excellency, as Postmaster General, I have a special message from the Mikado.
What?
If you don't execute somebody soon, he's going to have the executor executed.
Oh, my, that's terrible. I'd lose space.
You lose your whole head.
Just a minute. You, Nanky Poo.
Yes?
What are you doing with that rope?
I'm going to kill myself because you're going to marry Yum Yum.
Oh, that's silly. You'll botch the job. Let a professional like me do it.
Look, if you let me marry Yum Yum today, in a month you can behead me.
That's impossible. I'm going to marry Yum Yum myself.
She'll be a widow in a month, and you can marry her then.
Makes sense. I'll do it.
Good. Japanese equivalent for here.
Hold everything!
It's Katisha, the old crow.
If Nanky Poo is going to marry anybody, it's going to be me.
My dear woman, that's impossible. For he's going to marry Yum Yum. Your anger, pray bury. I think we will marry. I think you had better succumb and join our expression of glee.
I'm going to the Mikado. You haven't heard the last of me.
On the starting to play and we come, we think you had better to come. You'll find there are many more ways or many more ways or many. There are lots of decisions to see. There are lots of decisions to see. There's lots of decisions to see. There's lots of decisions to see. And the sea, and the sea, and the sea, and the sea.
We'll return to the second act of the Mikado in a moment. But first, think of what you get when you buy a railroad ticket. A ticket on a railroad train buys for you a lot more than just transportation from one place to another. It buys you, for one thing, comfort and relaxation. You don't have to keep an eye on the traffic lights. You don't have to watch out for other drivers on the highway. The conductor and the engineer will run the train, and all you have to do is to relax and ride and watch America roll by your car window. And your railroad ticket buys you spaciousness. On the train, you don't have to keep your seat. You don't have to stay in one place or even in one car. There are lounges inviting you to a sociable visit with your fellow passengers, and dining cars where you may enjoy a snack or a regular meal. And when night comes, there are sleeping cars with berths and rooms inviting you to slumber, all as you ride. And when you buy a train ticket, you buy dependability, for the trains run in all kinds of weather. Most important of all, your ticket buys you safety. Safety to a degree which, year in and year out, is not even approached by any other form of passenger transportation in America. So when you buy a railroad ticket, remember what else you are buying besides transportation. You are buying relaxation and enjoyment. You are buying a look at your country as you travel through it. You are buying a chance to read or to write, to work or to talk with your fellow travelers. You are buying spaciousness and reliability and safety, all for the price of a railroad ticket. Ready for Act Two of Gilbert and Sullivan's The Mikado, starring Gordon MacRae as Coco and his guests Kenny Baker as Nanky Poo and Evelyn Case as Yum Yum.
Oh, how beautifully the moon is shining, for I am to marry my minstrel boy. Hello, moon. How lovely you are. We are not shy. We're very wide awake. The moon and I.
Yum Yum, we have terrible news. Coco here has discovered a horrible law.
Yes, Yum Yum. You see, when a married man is beheaded, his wife is buried alive.
So if you marry me, I doom you to death.
Oh, dear. Here's a howdy-do, if I marry you. When your time has come to perish, then the maiden whom you cherish must be slaughtered too. Here's a howdy-do, here's a howdy-do.
Here's a pretty mess, in a month or less. I must die without a wedding. Let the bitter tears I'm shedding witness my distress. Here's a pretty mess, here's a pretty mess.
Here's a state of things, to her life she clings. Matrimonial devotion doesn't seem to suit her notion. Burial it brings. Oh, here's a state of things, here's a state of things.
With a passion that's intense, I worship and adore. But the laws of common sense we often to ignore. If what I say is true, is death to marry you. Here's a pretty state of things, here's a pretty howdy-do. Here's a pretty state of things, a pretty state of things. Here's a howdy-do,
Here's a howdy-do.
For if what he says is true, I cannot marry you. Here's a pretty, pretty state of things. Here's a pretty howdy-do.
Listen, everybody. The Mikado is arriving in Titipu. Oh. That old crow Cattershaw has brought him.
Oh, dear me, we haven't time to behead you, Nanky Poo. Oh, well, we will just say we beheaded you.
And I'll make out an affidavit and swear to it. All 15 of me will swear to it.
Dear, here comes the Mikado. Leave quickly, Nanky Poo. If he finds you alive, it won't look as if I beheaded you.
Yes, come, Yum Yum.
Bow down to the Mikado.
Silence! Where is he? Where is the Lord High Executioner?
Here, Your Majesty. And your wishes have been attended to. An execution has taken place. We've beheaded the minstrel, Nanky Poo.
Nanky Poo? My dear fellow, you have executed the heir to the throne of Japan.
Oh, no.
And it seems to me there's a punishment for that crime.
Oh, punishment.
Something amusing. With the boiling oil.
Oh.
Or melted lead.
Oh.
Kill you.
Your Majesty, if you'll just give me 2 minutes, I think I can straighten this out.
I grant you 2 minutes.
Nanky Poo!
Yes, Coco.
You've got to make an appearance to show the Mikado you've still got your head.
No, sir. If I show up, Cattershaw will claim me. But if you'd marry Cattershaw, then I could put my head back on before you even cut it off.
Me marry Cattershaw, that old crow?
When Cattershaw is married, existence will be as welcome as the flowers in spring. The flowers that bloom in the spring, fa-la, brief promise of merry sunshine. As we merrily dance and we sing, fa-la, we welcome the hope that they bring, fa-la, of a summer of roses and wine, of a summer of roses and wine.
And that's what we mean when we say that a thing is welcome as flowers that bloom in the spring. Tra-la-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la-la, the flowers that bloom in the spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la. Flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, have nothing to do with the case. I've got to take under my wing, tra-la, a most unattractive old thing, tra-la, with a caricature of a face, with a caricature of a face. And that's what I mean when I say or I sing. Oh, Father, the flowers that bloom in the spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, oh, Father, the flowers of spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la.
My poor little Nanky Poo.
Go ahead, Coco. There's Katisha now.
Well, at least she's a little prettier than boiling oil or melted lead.
Katisha!
Oh, it's you, the beast who beheaded my beloved.
Katisha, I love you.
Huh?
If you don't marry me, I shall perish on the spot.
Oh, don't be silly. Nobody ever died of a broken heart.
Oh, Katisha, you don't know what you're saying. Listen. On a tree by a river, a little tomtit sang willow, tit willow, tit willow. And I said to him, Dicky bird, why do you sit singing willow, tit willow, tit willow? Is it weakness of intellect, birdie, I cried, or a rather tough worm in your little inside? With a shake of his poor little head, he replied, oh, willow, tit willow, tit willow. He slapped at his chest as he sat on that bough, singing willow, tit willow, tit willow. And a cold perspiration bespangled his brow. Oh, willow, tit willow, tit willow. He sobbed and he sighed and a gurgle he gave. Then he plunged himself into the billowy wave. And an echo rose from the suicide's grave. Oh, willow, tit willow, tit willow. Now I feel just as sure as I'm sure that my name isn't Willow, tit willow, tit willow. That was blighted affection that made him exclaim, oh, willow, tit willow, tit willow. And if you remain callous and obdurate, I shall perish as he did, and you will know why, though I probably shall not exclaim as I die. Oh, willow, tit willow, tit willow.
Did he really die?
Yes, he did.
And if I refuse you, will you do the same?
At once.
Then I'll marry you. Oh, I'm a silly little goose.
Hands up, make ready for the boiling oil.
Your Majesty, everything's been cleared up. Nanky Poo, come out, I'm going to marry Katisha. Father.
Well, how did this happen? He still seems to have his head.
Your Majesty, it's this way. When you say, let a thing be done, it's as good as done. You said, execute somebody. So, Nanky Poo was as good as dead.
A very satisfactory explanation.
As Lord High Toastmaster, I call for the Japanese equivalent of, they all lived happily ever after.
Bruce will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Gordon MacRae giving a vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Arthur Q. Bryan, Verna Felton, and Lou Merrill. The Mikado, of course, is by Gilbert and Sullivan, and it was adapted for radio by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. These railroads are your hometown partners. They provide jobs for your neighbors. They buy supplies in your town. And they pay local taxes just as you and I. Thus, the railroads are more than just railroads. They are citizens, and mighty important citizens, in your hometown. And now, here are Kenny Baker and Evelyn Case.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Gordon. We're back from the fantastic town of Tittipoo to the fantastic town of Hollywood.
It was fun, Gordon. Thanks for asking us.
Oh, you were wonderful, yum-yum, Evelyn. But Nanky Poo here was a little better at the hanky-panky.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the girl, but I bet you get the girl next week, Gordon.
Well, I wondered if you were going to say that, Kenny. I think you might be right. We're presenting Sigmund Romberg's romantic operetta, The Desert Song. And our guest will be the lovely light opera star, Dorothy Sarnoff.
We'll be listening. Good night.
Sure will. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
The Mikado was presented by special arrangement with Tam's Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers, producers of The Hasty Heart, starring Ronald Reagan, Patricia Neal, and Richard Todd. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, our music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the Association of American Railroads.
Next, it's The Voice of Firestone on NBC.
By transcription. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the famous musical hit, Madame Sherry, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest star, Marion Bell. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest this evening is Marion Bell, the charming prima donna who scored such a success on Broadway a few seasons ago in Brigadoon. Tonight, Marion appears as the little convent girl, Yvonne, in our production of the famous musical hit, Madame Sherry. I am Mr. Sherry, and with your permission, I'd like to tell you how there came to be a Madame Sherry. A few years ago, I ran a dancing school in New York. On the whole, life was very enjoyable. I had a fairly comfortable living allowance from my Uncle Theophilus, and I ran the dancing school to augment that allowance. My pupils were charming. Why, I can see them now lined up for the morning exercise.
Is this the correct arabesque, Mr. Sherry?
Excellent, excellent.
Will you see if I'm doing this spin properly, Mr. Sherry?
Oh, that's splendid, splendid. But watch your arms. Remember, young ladies, young gentlemen, every movement must be graceful, every gesture a melody.
Every little movement has a meaning all its own. Every thought and feeling by some part can be shown, and every love song becomes a feeling for your being must be revealing all its sweet. little Chester on its
No longer does the lightsome mist of what in catchy walks. The two-step and the ragtime bliss she found alas was false. The schottisch and the polka swing, she's laid them all away. Aesthetic dancing is the thing that holds the floor today. Every little movement has a meaning all its own. Every thought and feeling by some posture can be shown. And every love thought that comes a stealing all your being must be revealing all its sweetness in some appealing little gesture all its own. Every little movement has a meaning all its own. Every thought and feeling by some posture can be shown. And every love thought that comes a stealing all your being must be revealing all its sweetness in some appealing little gesture all its own.
Yes, my pupils were charming, my allowance was ample, and life was most pleasant. There was only one catch to the whole thing, my Uncle Theophilus. He had been sending me my weekly allowance under the illusion that it was being spent in a very different manner than the way it was actually being spent. I thought he'd never find out. But one day, while I was conducting a class, my housekeeper, Catherine, brought me a letter from him.
Is something wrong, Mr. Sherry? You look very ill.
Well, I don't feel very good, Catherine.
Does the letter contain bad news?
It certainly does. My Uncle Theophilus and his niece Yvonne are coming for a visit, and they're arriving today.
It would be very pleased, Mr. Sherry.
Well, I'm not. You see,
when I was young, Theophilus, who's he? He's an uncle of mine with 8 million or 9 million, very good to me. When I was a boy, 'twas his greatest joy, the piano I should play. But the coin he sent, I quickly spent in a very different way. He's an odd man, he's a very odd man, is Theophilus, yes indeed. I must confess he seems to guess just what I'll never need. Piano, choose hot drum or fife, I couldn't play a tune to save my life. He's an odd man, is Theophilus, a funny old customer. He's an odd man, he's a very odd man, is Theophilus, yes indeed. I must confess he seems to guess just what I'll never need. If I were bald as a billiard ball, he'd send me combs from now till fall. He's an odd man, is Theophilus, a funny old customer, a funny old customer.
And now, class, if you'll excuse me for a few moments, I must prepare for my uncle's arrival. Just go on practicing, and I'll be back presently. Come, Catherine.
Yes, Mr. Sherry.
Catherine, you can see the mess I'm in. My uncle thinks this is a music conservatory, that I am a talented pianist, and that I'm married and settled down. If he finds out I'm not any of these things, I'm certain to lose my allowance, my dancing school, and maybe even lose my life.
Oh, I hope he wouldn't go to any such lengths as that. How long will he be here?
I don't know. He doesn't say.
Well, couldn't you just pretend that you had a conservatory and that you had a wife?
Catherine, I think you have the germ of a great idea. After much persuasion, Catherine agreed to assume the role of Madame Sherry while my uncle was here. My uncle and his niece Yvonne arrived just as I finished telling my pupils there will be no more dancing lessons for a few days.
Well, Edward, I must say this is quite a nice-looking conservatory, isn't it, Yvonne?
Oh, it certainly is, Uncle Theophilus.
I'm glad to see you so both happily married and settled. All young people should be married and settled. It's the ideal arrangement.
Yes, Uncle Theophilus.
And now, if your good wife will be so kind as to show me to my room, I'd like to rest before dinner.
Of course, if you'll come this way.
You know, I've been looking forward to meeting you for such a long time, Catherine. Do you mind if I call you Catherine? Catherine?
Well, why not? That's my name.
Shall I show you to your room, Yvonne?
Well, I'd like to sit here for a moment if I may. This is all so exciting to me. You see, I just got out of school.
Yes, I imagine New York does look exciting to a schoolgirl.
Especially to one like me. I'm just a little convent girl with wide and wondering eye. A little bird that's left its nest and learning how to fly. Yes, I've been told that there are things in cities large and small that never could be found behind our convent wall. And this is so. There are some things that are not good for you to know. That the things you make are never good for you. And the things they say are wrong or just the things you want to do. I have heard a modest miss get a lot of heavenly joy from just a trifling kiss. If she did it from a boy, I'd like to try, wouldn't you? Still I'd be scolded if I do. You'll be lonesome if you don't. And Uncle says I mustn't, so I won't. Not yet, for Uncle says I mustn't, so I won't. Why is it that the things you like are never good for you? And the things they say are wrong are just the things you want to do. I have heard about it, it's a lot of heavenly joy. Just a trifling kiss, she gives me I'd like to try, still I'd be scolded if I do. You'll be sorry if you don't. But Uncle says I mustn't, so I won't. Not yet, for Uncle says I mustn't,
The first day of Yvonne's visit, I thought, how dull to have to entertain an elderly uncle and a schoolgirl. The second day, I found it rather entertaining to show someone about the city who had never seen it before. And by the third day, I found that I had never seen New York myself until I saw it with her. That night, I took Yvonne and Uncle Theophilus on a round of the clubs. And when we arrived home, Uncle stamped off to bed. And Yvonne stood in the drawing room talking to me for a moment.
Look at the lights of New York down there. It looks like a fairy tale city, doesn't it?
Yes. And you look like a princess out of a fairy tale.
Oh, I feel like one. A princess in search of Prince Charming. Edward, are you really happily married?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose so. I never thought much about it.
You never thought about it?
Why?
I don't know. I just wondered. I used to keep a picture of you on my dresser at school. I got it from Uncle. When the girls asked me who it was, I'd say, well, that's my cousin Edward by marriage. When I grow up, I'm going to marry him. But then you got married before I grew up.
If I weren't married...
Edward, if you weren't married...
I think we'd better say goodnight.
But I'm not sleepy.
Well, then, shall we dance?
Wonderful. I'll turn on the phonograph.
You like to dance, Yvonne?
I love it. Dancing can mean so much. Every little movement has a meaning all its own. Every little feeling by some posture can be shown. And every love song some appealing little gesture, that's all it's all.
You're lovely, Yvonne.
And you're a wonderful dancer, too, Edward. Well, you dance as well as Mr. Dimble.
Who on earth is Mr. Dimble?
He's our dancing instructor at school.
Oh, I see.
Edward.
Yes, darling?
As long as this is only a make-believe night anyhow, do you suppose it'd be all right if we pretended for a moment that dreams did come true? And that I did grow up and marry you? Could we pretend that just long enough for you to kiss me goodnight?
I think perhaps that might be arranged. And every love thought that comes to stealing must be how it's sweetness in some appealing gesture. Good night, Cousin Yvonne.
Good night, Edward.
We'll return to the second act of Madame Sherry in just a moment. But first, if any one thing is symbolic of our post-war life in America, it is building. Building of every kind. From the farm to the largest city, we have seen a tremendous program of construction. Entire residential developments, complete with stores, schools, churches, and streets, have sprung up. Individual homes have filled up those empty spots on streets in every community. But when you read of the billions of dollars being spent for construction, think for a moment of the millions of tons of materials of all kinds going into those factories, office buildings, stores, municipal improvements, and most important, into homes. New homes, for instance, begin in many parts of the country. Lumber, cement, bricks, steel, plumbing fixtures, paint, glass, hundreds of other things must be processed, assembled, and moved. Only because there are railroads capable of moving dependably and in mass quantities everything needed, where and when it is needed, has it been possible to meet the demands of America's builders. For only the railroads can perform transportation service on such a scale as this. And in these times of higher prices, it is also important to know that the railroads perform this service at lower average charges than those of any other form of transportation offering service all over the country. Yes, construction of all kinds is another example of the important stake we all have in the railroads. A stake shared by the farmer, manufacturer, retailer, consumer, by everyone in the country. In one way or another, the railroads serve all of us. And the more this service is used, the more efficient and economical will it become. The more we will all benefit. That's another reason why it's good business to do business with the railroad. And now here's the second act of Madame Sherry, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest star, Marion Bell.
Uncle Theophilus and Yvonne paid me quite a lengthy visit.
And as the days passed, I found myself thinking more and more of Yvonne. She was different from any girl I had ever known. Her eyes, her hair, and her smile. Especially her smile.
Some like a girl who's clever, who plays the piano and sings. Some like a girl who is ever well-dressed with her jewels and rings. Some like her graceful and slender, think a queen is alone worth a while. But the girl that you love, oh girl, is above, is the girl who knows how to smile. Maybe a bright smile, a winsome bright smile, maybe a smile that simply beams, maybe a sad smile, maybe a glad smile, maybe the smile you see in dreams. A smile that's haughty, bewitching, naughty, and full of mischief through and through. But large or small smile, the best of all smile, it is the smile she means for you. Maybe a bright smile, a winsome light smile, maybe a smile that simply beams, maybe a sad smile, maybe a glad smile, maybe the smile you see in dreams. A smile that's haughty, bewitching, naughty, and full of mischief through and through. But large or small smile, the best of all smile, it is the smile she means for you. The smile she means for you.
Before my Uncle Theophilus, I did my best to appear a devoted husband to Madame Sherry. But gradually the game began to be too much for me. It was also becoming too much for Madame Sherry and too much for Yvonne. Each time Uncle forced me to kiss Catherine, Yvonne seemed to get terribly upset. And the night before my uncle and Yvonne were supposed to leave, Yvonne and Madame Sherry got into a rather intimate conversation.
You're a very fortunate woman, Madame Sherry.
Why do you say that?
How proud you must be to be his wife.
Do you mean Mr. Sherry's wife?
Well, naturally.
Well, you're in love with him.
Oh, yes, Madame, but I'll never see him again after tomorrow. He'll never know.
Tell him you're in love with him.
Madam, aren't you in love with him?
In love with him? Of course not.
Then why did you agree to be his wife?
The pay was good.
I don't think I understand.
My dear child, I'm not his wife.
You're not his wife?
No, he asked me to pretend to be his wife so that his uncle wouldn't stop his allowance.
Well, you're not his wife.
I should say not. I'm his housekeeper, and I have a very fine husband of my own. And I had a hard time getting him to agree to this, let me tell you.
Thanks for telling me this. Well, you've changed the whole world for me.
Now, I'm going to find Mr. Sherry and tell him that I've told you. And from then on, it's up to you.
He isn't married. He isn't married. And I've been so jealous. Every time he kissed, while their lips were meeting, I could
Yvonne, darling.
Edward.
I am free.
before.
How could I?
Oh, darling, darling.
Edward Cherry, are you kissing my niece? Yvonne, are you kissing Edward Cherry?
Let me finish, Uncle Theophilus. I'll tell you in a minute.
Yvonne, Edward, what are you thinking about? You, a happily married man.
I'm not a happily married man.
Then you... An unhappily married man?
He's not married at all.
Not married? You mean that woman who lives here, who calls herself Madame Cherry, is not?
That's exactly what we mean.
He just took the job for money, Uncle Theophilus.
Oh, she did she?
Now, wait a minute, Uncle. I'll try to explain. You see, I was... Well, it's rather difficult to explain.
I can see why it might be.
Oh, no, it isn't. Uncle Theophilus, Edward wasn't married. But, you see, he should have. You said he should have a wife, so he pretended that he had one. But he really didn't.
Oh, I see. In order to cheat me out of my money.
That's right. No. That's wrong. In order to... Well, I couldn't keep the dancing school running without any money. It takes time to get enough pupils, and
Dancing school? I thought this was a music conservatory.
Oh, it's a musical conservatory of the dance.
That's right.
Anyhow, when you wrote you were coming, Edward had to have a wife, so he asked his housekeeper if she would be Madame Cherry in name only for the time that you were here. And she did. And that's the whole story.
So there isn't any Madame Cherry at all?
No. But I hope there's going to be.
After all, Uncle, it's a situation very easily remedied.
Something tells me I let you leave that school entirely too soon.
Could you be happy, Yvonne, living with a very poor man?
Darling, I could be happy with you anywhere.
All right, I give up. If you two are determined to get married, I see no reason why I should play the heavy and have everyone hate me. I'll continue both your allowances.
Uncle Theophilus, you're an angel.
You're wonderful. And I'll never be able to thank you enough for coming on this visit and for bringing with you the future Madame Cherry.
Can be sure every long thought that comes to spring your wing must be revealing all its sweetness in summer feeling all its
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Marion Bell will be back in just a moment. And now thanks to the other members of our cast, to Isabel Jewell, who played Catherine, and to Ted Osborne, who played Uncle Theophilus. Madame Cherry, with book and lyrics by Otto Harbach and music by Karl Hoschner, was dramatized for radio by Gene Holloway. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. And no matter what your job, no matter where you live, in one way or another, these railroads play an important part in your daily life. Take your home, for instance. It may be miles away from a railroad track, but just the same, in getting that home built, you used a lot of railroad service to bring together dependably and at low cost the things it takes to build, equip, and furnish a home. Yes, for all of us, the railroads are mighty close to home. And that's another reason why it's good business to do business with the railroads. And now, here again, is lovely Marion Bell. Marion, we've been trying for 2 seasons to get you out here for a guest appearance on the Railroad Hour, and we finally made it.
I know it, Gordon. Seems that every time you wanted me, I was booked somewhere else.
So we waited till you were going to be starred right here in town and then nailed you down. Say, how are rehearsals for the Chocolate Soldier coming along, Marion?
Oh, just fine. I'm all excited about it. It's such a beautiful production. We're opening at the Philharmonic next Monday, you know.
Well, you can look for me right in the front row center.
Can you look for me back here on the Railroad Hour? Again, week after next, Gordon?
I think so. And we're going to look for the silver lining together in Sally, remember?
Uh-huh.
Say, I wish you could listen to next week's show, Marion. Nadine Kahn is going to be our guest in the very famous old musical, The Prince of Pilsen.
Sounds wonderful. I wish I could hear it. Good night, Gordon.
Good night, Marion, and good luck in the Chocolate Soldier.
All aboard?
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so, until next week, goodbye.
Madam Cherry was presented by special arrangement with Tam's Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae is currently being seen starring in the Warner Brothers Technicolor musical hit, The Daughter of Rosie O'Grady. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff. Our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. In this week's issue of Quick Magazine, there's an interesting feature story about the Railroad Hour and a full-page picture of our singing star, Gordon MacRae. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. And now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Now it's the voice of Firestone and Eleanor Stieber on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our summer show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the premiere performance of the new musical suggested by Mark Twain's delightful Innocents Abroad, starring Gordon MacRae and his charming guest, Dorothy Warrenshow. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another musical first is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The incomparable Mark Twain gave Lawrence and Lee their inspiration for this musical romp. I shall be the nimble-tongued Mr. Twain, born Samuel Clemens, and Dorothy Warrenshow is Sylvia in this lyrical excursion called Innocents Abroad. Delighted. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Well, you ever been within earshot of a navigating gent on a riverboat? Well, now, just listen to him, shouting his sound. That's it. That's where I got it. From the jargon of the Mississippi River. That's my jargon, too. Take this story, for instance. There are a few whoppers in it, but it's the truth, mainly. So how about joining us? We're off on an ocean voyage. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, for many a stormy wind shall blow where Jack comes home again. Aboard the good ship Quaker City, on a conducted tour of the garden spots of the world. Now, this here is quite a ship. It's sort of a black hole of Calcutta with a rudder. My cabin is big enough to swing a cat in. but don't insure the cat. The passengers, they all seem to be 60 years old and older. And that's a picnic crowd for you. That is, all except that young lady on the top deck. Good evening.
Oh, good evening.
May I ask what that is you're reading with such interest?
The guidebook. Do you know, it says here that the Emperor of Morocco has 500 wives. But even he's not sure of the exact count.
Well, when you get up into the 500s, a dozen wives one way or the other doesn't matter much.
Oh, really, Mr.
Clemens? Sam Clemens. And you are...
I'm not sure that it's proper.
Oh, go on and say it. None of the other passengers can hear it without their ear horns adjusted.
Well, I'm Sylvia Carter.
How nice to meet you, ma'am.
You talk like a Missourian.
Hannibal, Missouri, Miss Sylvia. Born, bred, and kicked out.
I'm from St. Louis.
Oh, that's a wonderful place, St. Louis. First time I ever saw it, I could have bought the whole blame town for $6 million. Mistake of my life that I didn't do it.
It's hard to believe that out there, just below the moonrise, France is waiting for us.
Hello, France.
You know, I think I'm in love with France.
Oh, that's dangerous. Never trust love at first sight.
Oh, this was love at first sound. For years I've been in love with the music of France. Bizet, César Franck, Charpentier.
The way I feel that you sing, I'm sure you're one person who'll never be sick on the high seas.
Oh, I'm afraid I must turn in now, Mr. Clemens. On page 96 of the guidebook, it says that you should get a good night's rest before the evening, before you dock.
But,
Good night.
Last page 96. Love at first sound. Sylvia Carter.
Sylvia's hair is like the night, touched with glancing starry beams. Such a face has drift to dream. This is Sylvia to the sight, and the touch of Sylvia's hand is as light as milky down. When the leaves are golden brown, and the autumn fills the
But the money is so funny and the strangers are so strange. As you walk and walk and walk and walk till all you want's a bench. And it's so deuced clever that all the kids speak French.
Oh, we must hurry, Mr. Clemens. The guidebook says the exhibit of old Spanish pottery closes promptly at 5.
Miss Sylvia, the guidebook talks too much. In a nice, polite tone of voice, would you tell it to shut its big, fat pages?
Really, Mr. Clemens? How do you expect to see the significant things in Europe without expert help?
Sit down for a minute. Here's an interesting little sidewalk cafe.
I'm not sure.
Please.
Well, all right. This is an interesting cafe.
Now, look around you, Miss Sylvia. There's the front table, the French gentleman. And there's the Spaniard. Undoubtedly, that's the Dutchman. Each speaks a different language. But watch. Watch how international music can be. Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing, morning bells are ringing. Ding, ding, dong, ding, ding, dong.
Oh, I know the French of that. Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous. Sonny de mattina, ding, dong, dong, ding, dong.
Now watch. Our Spanish friend is caught.
Martinillo, Martinillo,
Sí,
quieres tú, toca la campana, ding, ding, dong.
The Dutchman's
ding,
lips are moving.
dong.
Who can resist it?
Vater Jankel, schlafen Sie, aber nicht verschlafen, dunk.
All together. Are you winking? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing. Ding, ding, dong, ding, ding, dong. Why, Miss Sylvia, what are you doing?
Tearing up my guidebook. This is much more fun.
We'll return to the second act of Innocents Abroad in just a moment. Do you have any idea what it takes to move one armored division of the United States Armed Forces from training camp to port of embarkation? Now here is Act Two of our musical version of Mark Twain's Innocents Abroad, starring Gordon MacRae as the itinerant Samuel Clemens, Dorothy Warren Scholl as the lovely Sylvia Carter, with Benny Rubin as the guide.
Well, here we are in Rome, and I'm homesick. Confidentially, I'm homesick.
Samuel? Sam?
Hello, Miss Sylvia.
Isn't Italy the most thrilling place, Sam? It makes me want to sing.
Go right ahead, dear. They encourage that sort of thing over here. Children who don't grow up to be opera stars are considered rank failures.
Some sing with a face for fun and frolic, and so do I.
And so do I.
Some think it will be your melancholy to pine and sigh.
To pine and sigh.
But I love to spend my time in singing some joyous song.
The joyous song.
To set the air with
that, Signore e Signorina?
Hey, what's your trouble?
I'm a guide.
We don't want any guides.
But I'm appointed by Steamship Company to show you all of the fine wonders of Italy. Come, we go now to museum.
We get rid of the guidebook, and now we're stuck with one that talks. Well, what's your name?
My card.
A. Billfinger, guide extraordinaire.
Thank you.
Ancient ruins, my specialty. Billfinger. That won't do at all.
No, an Italian should have a romantic name like Giovanni del Battista.
I have it. We'll call him Freddy.
Freddy? That's my name, Freddy.
Freddy Ferguson. Lead on, Freddy.
Look, this letter is written by in the handwriting of Christopher Columbus.
Who?
Christopher Colombo. That's his own handwriting. He'll write all by himself.
I've seen boys in America only 14 years old that could write better than that.
Look, this is the Christopher Columbus.
I don't care. I just don't care who it is. It's the worst writing I ever saw. Now, if you've got any specimens of first-class penmanship, Freddie, trot them out.
But the great Christopher Columbus,
if you keep talking about this chap Colombo, what did he do?
He discovered America. That's all what he do.
Discover America. Now, hold on there. We're just from America ourselves, and we didn't hear anything about it. Didn't we, Sylvia? Christopher Colombo. That's a pleasant name. Is he dead?
And look over here. It's a genuine Royal Egyptian mummy.
What did you say this gentleman's name was, Freddie?
Name? He got no name. Mummy. Egyptian mummy.
He looks remarkably calm. Is he dead?
He's been dead 3,000 years.
Oh, and I guess we're a little late for the funeral.
All right, I hold my temper. Now we go see the tomb of great Julius Caesar.
Caesar? Caesar. That's a familiar name. Yeah. Tell me one thing, though, Freddie. Is he dead, too?
Mamma mia!
Tomorrow morning we'll be home, Sam.
Yes, Sylvia. Somewhere out in the darkness, just beyond the starlight, is New York City.
Are you sorry you came on the trip, Sam?
Oh, no. Travel can be pretty wonderful. Matter of fact, I recommend it as an antidote for bigotry and narrow-mindedness. You can't get a charitable view of the human race by vegetating in one little corner of the earth all your life.
Oh, there are so many things I'll remember. Gibraltar, swimming in a sea of rainbows.
Milan and its marble wilderness of graceful spires.
Venice.
Yes.
Oh, Sam.
Sylvia, what's the matter?
I didn't do anything the guidebook said. I memorized all the handy hints to world travelers, and I didn't take any of them.
Well, what does your old guidebook say?
It said, never drink the water, never fall in love. Use it what you order.
Kindly do not shove.
Hold on to your visa, don't get left behind. Climb the tour of Caesar if you're so inclined.
Most important daughter, kindly note above. Never drink the water, and never fall in love.
But I did it, Sam.
No.
Yes. I did exactly what the guidebook said not to do.
So did I. When did you realize that you'd done it?
Oh, it was in that little town at the back end of Lake Geneva. I don't know what I was thinking of, Sam, but I drank a whole glassful.
You drank the water?
Wasn't I foolish?
No, not half so foolish as I was.
Oh, Sam, you didn't.
Mm-hmm. Right here on B-deck, underneath the life preservers. When you sang that aria by Gus Carpenter, it was love at first sound.
Oh, Sam. Well, I think the world of you. Oh, but I've got to tell you something. For a wedding present, my father has promised me a 2-year guided tour around the world.
That settles it. I couldn't spend 2 years being pushed around by Freddie and his cousins. No, I fear, Miss Sylvia, that you and I shall never be anything but friends.
Good friends, Sam.
And I shall file the memory of your face and your voice with Gibraltar's rainbows and the spires of Milan.
Oh, Sam.
Yes, all cross-indexed for ready reference when I write my book.
Oh, what will it be called?
Well, now let's see. How about Through the Old World with Sylvia and Sam? No, I'd never buy a book with a title like that. I might buy it, but I wouldn't like it. I know. The Sylvia, the sweet, the innocent, I'll call it Innocence Abroad. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely Dorothy Warren-Scholl will be back in just a moment. And our thanks to Benny Rubin, who is the guide, and to our entire company. Our musical tonight, suggested by Mark Twain's Innocents Abroad, was written especially for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroad. To meet the transportation demands of our defense program and of our civilian economy, the railroads are hard at work on their vast program of expansion and improvement. Yes, the railroads are exerting every effort to enlarge their transportation capacity, to keep in step with the needs of the nation's commerce and rearmament program.
Gee, Gordon, it was fun going on a musical tour with you.
Oh, it certainly was, Dorsey. You know, we're really traveling next week when we spin the fabulous musical tale of the journey of Marco Polo.
Marco Twain this week, Marco Polo next week. You certainly get around.
And you're going to be the beautiful girl, the most beautiful girl, I should have said, in all the domains of Kubla Khan.
See you in Xanadu next Monday, Gordon.
It's today, Dorothy, for the premiere performance of Journey into the Sun. All aboard? Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday, and another musical first, this is Gordon MacRae saying good night.
MacRae can be seen in Warner Brothers on Moonlight Bay. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. Now stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
of Firestone with Barbara Gibson on NBC.
And here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents
presents the beloved and tuneful operetta, Countess Maritza, by Harry D. Smith, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest, Miss Dorothy Warrenshow. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroad. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae. Thank you, Marlon Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's story, Countess Maritza, has been delighting theater-goers for many years. In the title role, you'll hear the lovely soprano, Miss Dorothy Warrenshow. And I play the part of Count Cecilo, a dashing but impoverished nobleman with a carefree attitude towards life. Beautiful morning, isn't it, Baron? What more could men ask than a man like this? A fine horse and a wonderful country to ride through.
Well, I must say, Count Cecilo, you're in rather high spirits for a man without a penny in his pocket.
Well, why not, Baron? I had a good time spending the money.
Oh, one of the finest estates in Hungary, squandered. And what do you have to show for it?
The memories of a very good time.
I don't know why I ever let you talk me into taking you out here to the estate of Countess Maritza. It can lead to nothing but trouble.
Ah, but I must work. My sister Lisa has another 3 months in her school. I thought they were paid for in advance. But when I found out that they weren't, I had no choice but to go to work. And the fact that you know the Countess Maritza, and that you also know she needs an overseer, solves my whole problem.
I don't trust you at all when it comes to women. Now, if I go through this mad scheme of yours, you give me your word to behave as a gentleman?
No, Baron, not as a gentleman, but I will give you my word to behave as an overseer.
But your sister and Maritza are friends. What if Lisa finds out?
Don't tell Lisa the family fortune is gone. Tell her that I'm carrying out a masquerade because I'm secretly in love with Maritza.
If Maritza finds out who you are, we'll both be in trouble. She thinks every impoverished nobleman who pays any attention to her is out to marry her for her money. Well, here we are at her gate. We turn in here. Hey, Baron, look at the gypsy wagon. Yes, they come every year at this time and camp on the estate.
Hola, gypsy! Hola! Hola, Ligony! Hola!
Follow where the wild birds sing, where the gypsy music rings. There we gotta tell you happy day.
Oh, follow me. Oh, Lord, to the woodland tree. Follow where the wild birds sing, where the gypsy music rings. Follow on.
This spring as always. Set up your camp. Make yourselves at home.
Countess Maritza.
Oh, Baron, forgive me. I was so happy to see the gypsies, I didn't notice you. Or your friend.
Countess, this is De La Torre, who has only recently left the employ of Count Cecilo, where he works as overseer.
I'm at your service, Countess Maritza.
An overseer? But he looks like...
I heard that you are in need of an overseer, and I can recommend both his diligence and his honesty.
De La Torre, you come then with high recommendations indeed, from a gentleman I greatly respect. If you want the position, it is yours.
Thank you, Countess Maritza. I do want it very much.
It is you, Torek.
Forgive me, Countess. I did not realize anyone was in the garden. I was just walking through to be sure everything was all right.
Oh, I was just sitting here listening to the gypsy fiddlers. Sometimes I wonder if there's gypsy blood in my veins. I have such a longing to follow them.
There's gypsy blood in all of us, Countess. We all love the open road, the open sky, the road that curves ahead into adventure.
Yes, and the wild, lovely music of romance.
Countess, have you ever been in love?
No, Torres, for there has never been anyone who was truly in love with me.
I find that very hard to believe. You're young, you're lovely. Has no man ever told you that?
Yes, but those who told me also knew that I had inherited a very large fortune.
Well, if you go through life mistrusting everything and everyone, you'll never find happiness.
This has developed into rather a personal discussion, hasn't it?
Forgive me if I presume, Countess. I'm afraid it was the spell of the gypsy fiddle. I quite forgot for the moment that you are a countess, and I but your overseer.
Beg pardon, Countess Operetta, but the Countess Lisa Enderby has arrived.
Lisa? Here?
Correct. Are you in the habit of referring to the sister of your former employer as Lisa?
I apologize, Countess. It was a slip of the tongue.
Kindly watch yourself in the future. You may go to your quarters.
My sister thinks I'm here masquerading as an overseer because I love Marissa. And Marissa doesn't know Lisa is my sister. Well, I've certainly gotten things into a pretty mess.
You seem unhappy over here. Come, forget your troubles. Come join the gypsies round the gypsy fire.
Yes. The fires of the carefree, the happy, those who do not have to pretend. Oh, I wish I could spend the rest of my days with you.
They used to call me Prince, and I had friends galore, and pals to drink with me, and sweethearts to adore. But friends and sweethearts follow summer, flying like the swallow from the winter to the sunny shore. If I
Our footsteps seem to lead us to the same places tonight, Torres.
Maritza.
Maritza? You forget yourself again, Torres.
Yes, I do, Countess Maritza. I'm drunk on gypsy music and gypsy dreams and thoughts of you.
Of me?
Of you. Here by this gypsy fire, we are equal. You feel that there is a girl, you're equal. The inner length, the Romany Trail.
Sent for me, Countess Maritza?
Yes, Torres. I wanted to talk to you about your work.
Has my work been unsatisfactory?
No. As a matter of fact, your work has been most satisfactory. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to discharge you.
But why?
Oh, please, don't feel it. It's because you're inefficient. Oh, it's because I am inefficient. I can't seem to think of you in the terms that one should think about one's overseers.
Why, Countess Maritza.
I shall miss you very much.
I won't go.
You won't go?
I love you. How can I leave you? I love you.
Why is the world so changed today? Why does it seem joyous and gay? Skies never were quite so blue. Love seems to have charms so new. Love in my heart awakens as flowers bloom in May.
That is the old story I've heard. I know it was everywhere. That's what they all say. Torres. My dearest. My own. Oh, pardon me. Why, Lisa, come in. Oh, Cecilia. It's all right now, isn't it? He loves you. I'm sure of it.
Lisa.
Lisa? Tassilo? Tassilo. Torres. You are Lisa's brother Tassilo. Count Tassilo.
Yes, I am.
Tassilo, I thought that of course Maritza knew now.
It doesn't matter, Lisa.
No, of course it doesn't matter. For a few moments I thought it might. But I see the whole thing now. It was most ingenious of you to come here and pose as an overseer. I was lonely and much too sentimental, and you played on that very cleverly. I congratulate you on your performance, Mr. Torres.
Maritza, listen to me. Give me a chance. Give yourself a chance.
I know the exact state of your finances, Count Tassilo. Your coffers are as empty as the words you would like to use to sway me now.
Maritza, I wouldn't dream of trying to sway you. You almost love me. You hate me now. Well, I almost loved you, and I pity you now. You know how to dream, but you won't let your dreams come true.
Golden dreams then we knew, hearts were light, skies were blue. May those dreams all come
Come, Lisa.
Yes,
Goodbye, Maritza.
the overseer. But when I learned who he was...
Do you think he wants you for your money? There are a dozen women of fortune he could marry. He loves you, Maritza. He truly loves you. But if you let him go now, you'll never see him again. I know him well enough for that.
Where is Tassilo?
He's waiting for me at the gypsy camp. He doesn't know that I'm speaking to him.
At the gypsy camp? Oh, I'll go at once.
Someday may she vainly sigh
I've made a terrible mistake. Please forgive me.
You don't think I'm a fortune hunter any longer?
I love you. That's all I know about you. That's all I need to know. I knew that when you walked out that door, if you left me, I should be lonely all the rest of my life.
Oh, Marissa, my darling. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Countess Maritza, with music by Emery Kalman and book by Harry B. Smith, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Gene Holloway. In our cast were Dan Tobin and Barbara Waddell. Safety, whether it be on the railroads, on the farm, or in the factory, or safety in the home or on the highways, is, after all, a matter of safe people. Men and women who take that little bit of extra care, which means the difference between an accident and safety. That's why the National Safety Congress is being held again this year for the 38th time, to help make a safer America through making Americans safer. Well, folks, next week will be in Old Spain with the wonderful songs and good fun of the recent Broadway hit, Revenge with Music. And our guest will be the Metropolitan Opera star, Nadine Connor.
It sounds wonderful, and I'll be listening. Good night, Gordon.
Thanks again, Dorothy. All aboard! Well, it looks like it's time to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye. Countess Maritza was presented by arrangement with Century Library, Incorporated of New York. Gordon MacRae will soon be seen starring in the Warner Brothers production, The West Point Story. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. And now keep tuned to your Monday night of music on NBC.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the delightful Rodgers and Hart musical success, I Married an Angel, starring Gordon MacRae and his lovely guest, Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another memorable musical is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In this delightful Rodgers and Hart hit, Lucille Norman plays an angel, wings and all. My name is Count Willie Palafi, the head of a Budapest banking firm, and, have you heard I married an angel? Well, if you haven't heard, it's quite a story. So let's go back to the beginning.
because it's pretty amazing the way it all happened.
Now you bird, be married an angel. This beautiful change will be awfully good to see.
Now, quiet, everybody. He's coming up the stairs. Now, remember, when Willie comes in the door, everybody yell, Happy Birthday.
My dear brother will be so surprised.
Now, turn out the lights. Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Peter, where are all the lights in the place?
Oh, hello, Willie. Fuse blown out.
Oh, I feel terrible. I'm going to bed.
Don't you want me to call anybody for, bridge?
Bridge? I don't know anybody in this town but half-wits. Oh, yes. Surprise. What a surprise.
Brother, dear, what's wrong?
Oh, hello, Peggy. Could we sneak away out into the balcony and have a little brotherly, sisterly talk?
Sure, birthday boy. Now, come on, out with it. Tell sister. Here it is your birthday. It's springtime, and you're the unhappiest character I've ever seen. Anything wrong at the bank?
Oh, that's funny. But that's not it. It's just me. Starlight doesn't mean anything. Springtime doesn't mean anything.
Once there was a thing called spring, when the world was writing verses like yours and mine. All the lads and girls would sing when we sat at little tables and drank May wine. Now April, May, and June are sadly out of tune. Life has stuck the pin in the balloon. Spring is here, but why doesn't my heart go dancing? Spring is here, why isn't the waltz entrancing? No desire, no ambition leads me. Maybe it's because nobody needs me. Spring is here. Why doesn't the breeze delight me? Stars appear. Why doesn't the night invite me? Maybe it's because nobody loves me. Oh, spring is here, lie here.
What you need, Willie, is a wife. You need to get married.
Oh, sure. Name somebody.
Willie, you're not looking for a woman. You're looking for an angel.
Yeah, you know, if one flew down from heaven, I'd marry her in a minute.
Come back to your party. Come back to Earth, Willie.
I'll join you in a minute, sis.
Good. But don't you be too long.
Hello.
Where'd you come from?
Heaven.
Huh?
I'm an angel.
Oh, yeah, sure. What are those silly things hanging down your back?
Wings.
Wings?
We angels all wear them.
Now, look, this is a birthday party, not a masquerade. Whoever you are, please go away. And tell my sister that practical jokes aren't very funny.
I don't know your sister. I don't know anyone on Earth. I saw you down here, and I looked in your heart, and I loved you.
Huh?
After all. Spring is here. Why doesn't your heart go dancing? Spring is here. Why isn't the waltz entrancing?
No desire, no ambition leads me. Maybe it's because nobody needs me.
Spring is here.
tonight invite you?
Maybe it's because nobody loves me.
Well, you look like an angel. But you couldn't be.
Why are you so unhappy about women? The earthly kind, I mean.
Well, I'll tell you. Every woman is a cheat.
That depends on whom you meet. Angels can be kind of sweet, so everything's comparative, you know it.
I have fallen once or twice, and they always gave me ice, but they also look so nice, so it's the same old narrative. We know it well. Did you ever get stung? Did you ever get starstruck? Did a glamorous skirt ever pilfer your shirt and tie? Did you ever get flung?
Did you ever get flung?
Never knowing you are struck.
Never knowing you're struck
by a 20-ton truck in the form of a female eye. Did you say she lives for me? This is it. Now at last you bit. You were it. You got hit by the blast. Then you must have been stung.
Then you must have been stung.
Where the doctor can't help you.
Where the doctor can't help.
And you swear that you're good till another queen bee flies by.
You know, I believe you are an angel.
Even above the music of the heavenly choir, I heard you say you wanted to marry an angel. Well, here I am. Why don't you kiss me?
Well, now I know you're an angel. But,
What's wrong?
Well, those wings. What do my friends say?
Well, just tell them the truth, that I'm an angel. They have eyes, they can see.
Oh, they have eyes, but they can't see, my darling. Come on, sneak down the back stairs with me, and then let's get married.
If you just hang on and hug me tight, we don't have to sneak anyplace. We can fly to our wedding.
Oh, Angel, it was a wonderful wedding. But, what was that name you gave the minister?
Brigitte. It's what my sister angels call me. But I'd like it better if you just called me Angel.
All right. I shall always call you Angel.
Willie, have you ever kissed a girl before me?
Well, I'm afraid I have.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I should think it would make you mad.
Mad? Oh, no. Because you told me the truth. And the truth is always beautiful. I have married a beautiful man who tells the truth like an angel.
Well, on Earth, my angel, you must occasionally tell a neat little lie.
Oh, no, never. What is the world like? Tell me, Willie.
Oh, the world, my angel, is a wonderful place. Now that you were in it.
And are you happy?
I've never been happy before. You know, I'm a different man.
Have you heard? I married an angel. I'm sure that the change will be awfully good for me. Have you heard? An angel I married. To heaven she's carried this fellow with a kiss. She is sweet and gentle. So it isn't strange when I'm sentimental. She loves me like an angel. Now you've heard I married an angel. This beautiful change will be awfully good for me.
Have you heard an angel he married? To heaven he's carried this angel with a kiss. He's good and gentle, so it isn't strange when he's sentimental. I love him like an angel.
Quick. What?
A kiss.
A big one?
Yes.
An extra special Warner Brothers super duper one?
Oh,
What's wrong?
my wings. My wings fell off. What does that mean?
It means you can never fly away from me.
Well, all right. I'll be an earth woman. But I must continue to be this much of an angel. I shall always, always tell the truth. The absolute truth.
I'm sure that this change will be awfully good for me.
We'll return for the second act of I Married an Angel in just a moment. At the beginning of last week, thousands of servicemen and women were back at their posts, camps, and stations after a pleasant Christmas visit with family, relatives, or friends. And thousands of other young men and women were back at school or college. For during the holiday season, America truly went on the move, with more people traveling than at any other time since the end of World War II. At some major junction and transfer points, crowds in stations and on trains even surpassed the crowds of wartime. With the combination of heavy military travel and peak civilian travel, there were inconveniences for some. But in the end, thousands of passengers who otherwise would have found it impossible to reach their destinations were able to make their trips by train. For, as you probably well recall, on the eve of the holiday season, winter descended with all its fury in many parts of the country, bringing abnormal cold, heavy snow, icy highways. Under such conditions, travel by highway became all but impossible. Movement by air was severely curtailed. But because of careful advance planning by the railroads, trains continued to operate, carrying the additional thousands to whom a trip at Christmas meant so much. Extra locomotives and cars were spotted where they would be needed. Additional men were placed at terminals and on trains. Extra sections of regular trains were run, and special trains were operated by the hundreds. Thus, the advanced preparations, the ability to meet unusual conditions as they occur, the determination to overcome difficulties, resulted once again in getting military personnel and countless other Christmas travelers home and back. For in all kinds of weather, the railroads are prepared to provide the kind of dependable, efficient transportation that is to be found only on trains. Now here is Act Two of Rodgers and Hart's I Married an Angel, starring Gordon MacRae as Willie and Lucille Norman as the Angel.
Why does my heart go dancing? Spring is here.
Well, Angel, this is where we live. This is where my heaven-sent wife is going to be beautiful and dutiful.
Willie, is this a secret marriage, or are you going to tell everybody?
Oh, everybody. No musical comedy dialogue for me. where the guy tells his love to a little star or a red, red rose or a whippoorwill. Because after all, how many men get to marry an angel?
I want to tell everybody, too.
I'll tell the man in the street and everyone I meet that you and I are sweethearts.
I'll shout it out from the roof. I'll give the papers proof that we are two complete hearts.
I want the world to know.
I'll use the radio.
And when I've said all my say, until you're old and gray, you'll never get away from me.
And when I've said all my say, until you're old and gray, you'll never get away
Now, my angel, here's something that's strictly confidential.
I'm not sure I know what confidential means, but it sounds exciting.
Well, it's not. To tell you the truth, dear, my bank is a bit shaky, and I've got to negotiate a loan from the rich Duchess. My sister Peggy is bringing her here now. And as my wife, you must help to entertain her.
This should be fun. Plotty, but fun.
Well, not too much fun now, Angel. Don't do things on a sudden impulse, like this morning when you gave your new fur coat to that horse.
Well, he looked so cold.
Now, maybe that's the way they do things in heaven, but not down here.
I won't do a thing. Only talk.
Fine.
Oh, good morning. Willie, you remember the Duchess.
Oh, delighted to see you, Your Grace.
Thank you, my dear Count.
May I present my new wife?
How do you do?
Oh, I'm not to do anything. Only talk.
Isn't she charming? He calls her Angel.
That's because I am an angel.
Modest, too. Willie, don't you think the Duchess looks marvelous, like a young girl? Oh, Peggy, you're too kind.
She may be kind, but she's not exactly truthful. You're terribly old, Duchess.
Well, really?
Duchess, I merely wish to talk to you about a business matter. Run along, Angel. As you know, Duchess, our bank is one of the soundest in all of Europe.
Willie, how can you say that out loud? It's not angelic. It's not the truth. You yourself told me your bank was shaky.
Shaky?
Well, get out of here, will you? You've ruined everything.
Get out of here? Oh, I've done something wrong. Well, I'll go. I'll go right now. Oh, dear. I need help. Sister Angels, can you hear me? Fly down and help me. Hello. Lucinda, Clorinda, Philomena, Rosalina, Arabella, Serenella. Where did you come from, sisters dear?
Out of the everywhere, into the here. Where are your wings?
I've lost those things.
How can an angel lose her wings?
It just happened. It wasn't planned.
But how? Tell us now.
It's just one of those earthly things you wouldn't understand.
Brigitte, what seems to be your trouble?
My husband doesn't love me anymore.
The heaven, you say.
I don't belong here. I'm nothing now. Not an angel, not a woman. Oh, take me back.
My dear Brigitte, you must awaken. You are sadly mistaken. You've come down to earth, and here you must stay. It's too late for us to take you away.
I'll make him unhappy. You must take me along.
You're not an angel anymore, but one of those strange things.
A woman without love, or an angel without wings. Angel without wings, you must come down to earth. You'll find some wonderful things, much more than heaven is worth. Angel without wings. You cannot fly above. So then your eyes turn away from the skies and look for heaven, your love. Look for heaven, your Open your eyes, turn away from the skies, and look at heaven, your love.
Are you alone? I thought I heard voices.
They just left, Peggy.
Who?
Some relatives of mine. They just went out the window.
Went out the window?
Oh, sister-in-law, what am I going to do?
Well, Angel, I think you need some lessons in how to become a woman, and I'm just the cookie to do the teaching.
Peggy? Where is she? My Angel's left me?
Oh, she's only gone out to do a little shopping so she can become alluring and feminine and womanly.
Oh, here she comes. Well, what do you know? She got her fur coat back from the horse.
Don't forget, Willie, whatever happens, be an angel.
Angel.
Well, hello, you fascinating man.
Angel. Oh, what happened to you?
I've been taking lessons in how to be womanly from your sister.
What did she teach you?
Plenty. You can do any little thing that you've a mind to, but you must do it with a twinkle in your eye. You can be unreserved and even unrefined too, but don't forget that little twinkle in your eye. Now, for example, the next time I meet the Duchess, I shall bat my eyelashes and say sweetly, "Oh, Duchess, you are the youngest-looking woman in all of Europe and parts of Asia Minor. Now, you can get away with murder of that kind, too, but you must do it with a twinkle in your eye."
No, Angel, I love you just the way you were. Now, don't change. You tell the truth if it kills me, but be your own angelic self. Don't be too blamed womanly.
Telephone, husband.
Hello? Oh, yes, Duchess. How are you? You what? You did? You will? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Duchess. We'll sign the papers in the morning, Duchess. Goodbye, Duchess. That was the Duchess. Decided to lend my money to the bank because for the first time in her life, somebody told her the truth. Oh, come here, you angel.
Brigida! What is it, sisters? What do you want?
We want to lose our wings, too.
Goodness, no, girls. You'd hate it down here on Earth. Why, it's awful, terrible. I can't stand it.
Come here, woman.
Spring is here. That's why my heart goes dancing. Spring is here. I find the waltz entrancing. Maybe it's because somebody needs me. Now you've heard I married an angel. This beautiful change will be completed for me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Angel will be back in just a moment. I mean Lucille Norman. And meanwhile, our thanks to Betty Lou Gerson, Myra Marsh, Lamont Johnson, and to our entire company. I Married an Angel by Richard Rogers and Lorenz Hart was adapted for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. At the urgent request of the government, American industry is busily at work, increasing productive capacity to meet the demands of national defense and civilian commerce. As they're part of this big job, the railroads have been intensively improving and expanding every part of their plant. Essential to this program is the construction of freight cars and locomotives on a scale to match anticipated American transportation needs. And only through the allocation of adequate steel for these purposes can railroad carrying capacity be increased at a time when it is so necessary for the nation's strength and security. Now, here again is lovely Lucille Norman.
Thank you, Gordon. I'm glad I lost my wings. I'd much rather take the train, the show train.
Oh, anytime, Lucy. Just come in and be angelic in front of our microphones.
Who are you being a devil with next week, Gordon?
Well, Lucy, Mimi Benzel is our guest, and we're going to be singing the great Sigmund Romberg melodies of the Desert Song.
I'll pull up a sand dune and give a listen. Good night, Gordon.
Good night, Lucy. All aboard? Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night and Desert Song, this is Gordon MacRae saying goodbye.
Gordon MacRae can be seen in Warner Brothers' Starlift. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Transcribe. Hear the voice of Firestone. Now stay tuned for the telephone hour on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight we bring you the immortal melodies of Franz Schubert in the operetta based on the life and music of that great composer. It's Blossom Time with book and lyrics by Dorothy Donnelly and music adapted by Sigmund Romberg. In the role of Mitzi in tonight's performance, you will hear the charming coloratura soprano of the Metropolitan Opera Company, Patrice Munzel. And as Baron Schober, the popular tenor of radio and the screen, Kenny Baker. As we turn back the pages of time, I become the composer, Franz Schubert, seated at a table in a small outdoor cafe with my closest friend, Baron Franz Schober. It's Blossom Time in Vienna, and everyone is singing.
Let us greet the spring with singing wine, golden in the glasses ringing. Why should we never care? Joy is everywhere, so fill your glasses, all you Latin lasses hail. Let us greet the spring with singing words, gaily in the sky are winging. Why should we never care? Joy is everywhere, away our care will clear.
Did you ever see such a day, Schober? Why, look at that sky.
Sky. At the moment, I'm more interested in my stomach. Where is that waiter?
I'm afraid he's very busy. The whole town seems to have turned out and landed right here at Domayer's.
Come on, let's order everything on the menu, huh?
Wait a minute, Franz. Remember, I'm just a poor composer. Oh. Just because you're wealthy, I can't always take advantage of our friendship to...
Look, a great composer like you shouldn't have to worry about material things. Your thoughts should be on youth, spring, and music.
Oh, what inspiration I get on such a day as this.
Birds are darting, buds are starting, hand in hand go girl and boy.
Very charming, but more calming is the wine cup's golden joy. I would roam from my home far across the sea.
My joy best is expressed in a melody.
What more royal, comrade loyal, greater blessings can you tell?
Cease your pondering, wine and wandering, friendship art will lose its spell. Oh, gentle April, who blesses the earth with caresses, be kindly and give me the girl of my heart. Upon her soft maiden bosom let sweet lilacs blossom, while I sing her praises, my springtime thou art. Oh, how the world laughs in springtime, 'tis ever known as love's own ringtime.
Why are we waiting? The birds are mating. In every tree they chirp and sing.
And in the green forest flowers we twine a wreath of snowy flowers. Why do we tarry? It's time to marry. Come pluck the blossoms in the spring. And in the green forest flowers we twine a wreath of snowy flowers.
Why do we tarry? It's time to marry.
Come pluck the blossoms of the spring.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Isn't it great?
Look at those blossoms. And look at those three beautiful young girls sitting at that table over there.
Careful, Franz. Pulling the reins. A man could get into trouble on a day like this.
Where is he? Where is Baron Schober?
Yeah, I'm in trouble.
Oh, there you are.
Madame Bellabruna.
You deceiver, you breaker of women's hearts.
Now, please, just a moment.
You promised to take me to supper last night after my performance at the opera. Where were you?
Careful, madame. My friend is a composer. You'll upset his inspiration.
I'm not interested in his inspirations. I'm only interested in...
Bellabruna!
My husband. My husband. Or no. Good heavens.
Oh, I must fly. Get out of sight, Baron. He's frightfully jealous of you.
Yes. Franz, where shall I go?
Here, under the table.
Oh.
Where is she? Where did she go? Young man, wasn't Madame Bellabruna here a moment ago?
Well, she may have been, sir. I couldn't say.
I saw her talking with that young whippersnapper, Baron Schober. Now, where did they go?
That way, I think.
Thank you, sir. I'll find them, and when I do, I'll speak.
All right, the coast is clear, Schober. You can come out now.
Oh.
You certainly get yourself involved, my friend.
Yes, but through no fault of my own, Franz. Bellabruna fancies herself in love with me.
Oh, and you?
Franz, you know women mean absolutely nothing to me. Nothing.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Baron Schober?
Well,
Nothing, eh?
Oh, Baron Schober, you don't remember me. And after giving me your key and everything. Why, Baron Schober.
Why, Baron Schober?
What key?
The key to your ice skate.
My ice skate? Why, I haven't been skating since I was 10 years old.
10? Well, you told me you were 12.
Oh, why, you're Mitzi. Little Mitzi.
Mitzi Kranz.
Miss Kranz, may I present Mr. Schubert?
Oh, you're not Franz Schubert.
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
Oh, I'm honored to meet you.
Oh, thank you. And I'm delighted to meet you.
My sisters and I were sitting over there at that table, and we saw you turn and look at us, and suddenly I recognized Baron Schober. And I remembered that years ago he told me if I was ever in trouble to call on him.
And, are you in trouble, Mitzi?
Oh, desperate trouble.
Well, what's wrong?
My sisters want to get married, but my father doesn't think we should have bows.
Oh, you should have a beau, Miss Mitzi.
Oh, my sisters Kitsy and Fritzy have. They went out walking with them just now, and if Papa finds out about it, he'll be furious. Oh. They'll never be able to get married.
Say, would you like me to try and persuade him, Mitzi?
You think you could?
Could I? Leave it to me. Your sisters are as good as married right now. Don't worry any more about it. All your cares are blown away.
Soon will be their wedding day.
2 little maidens soon will be wed. 3 little maids no more.
There is in all Vienna town a dwelling place, and like a house built for God, there dwells inside 3 little nuns. The house of these 3 maidens fair is known no far and near. Not very far a honeymoon will claim to maidens dear.
Trixie and Kitsy and Mitzi, they say, flutter their wings, for they'll soon fly away. Though they may fly as birdlings do, you'll always be 3 daughters true. Trixie and Kitsy and Mitzi, the 3 dear little maidens will soon married be. May you be blessed with happiness, 3 lovely little maids. Trixie and Kitsy and Mitzi, the 3 dear little maidens will soon married be. May you be blessed with happiness, and while the sunset fades, let every boy hear with and joy 3 happy days.
Say, Mitzi, I don't want to alarm you, but isn't that your father just turning the corner there?
Oh, dear. Oh, what can I do? If he sees me here talking to a man, he'll be furious.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you what. I'll go tell him you're arranging for Franz for some music lessons.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. Isn't it, Mr. Schubert?
I can't think of a better one.
Good. I'll take care of it right away.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Miss Mitzi?
Yes, beautiful.
You know, moments like this have been the theme of music since time began. A lovely girl.
Laid at her feet this song.
You are my song of love, melody immortal, echo of paradise, heard through heaven's portal.
Soft your music is singing, bringing secrets sweet in its song to me.
Your vision shines on me from above. You are my song of love. Song of
Oh, Mr. Schubert, this has been an afternoon I shall remember forever.
Aha, Mitzi, and all alone with a man.
Oh, Papa.
Why, Miss Mitzi, this man is your father?
Depressing, ain't it?
Papa, may I introduce Mr. Franz Schubert?
Franz Schubert, the great composer?
Yes, Papa. I came to see Mr. Schubert about music lessons, but I didn't come alone. Fritzy and Kitsy are here.
You don't say. Well, they must have shrunk a little. I don't see them.
I believe they went for a stroll through the gardens.
Well, that's harmless enough if they don't meet those 2 young men who are always mooning around them.
Oh, but Fritzy and Kitsy are in love, Papa. They want to get married.
Impossible. I refuse to grant my permissions.
But surely you aren't against marriage, sir. Why, you got married yourself.
One of my strongest arguments. You know what marriage can lead to? Daughters. You know what daughters can lead to? Young whippersnippers who try to take them away from you. Such agony those boys cost me. I could do anything this side of murder to get rid of them.
Then let them marry your daughters. That ought to teach them a lesson.
You're right. I'll do it. Wait a minute. Would you say that was this side or the other side of murder?
Well, I think the punishment would just about fit the crime, Mr. Kranz.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Kranz. Good afternoon. Sorry I missed him, Franz. I had to hide from Bella Bruna, and he slipped by me.
Well, it's just as well, my friend. Mr. Krantz has consented to the marriage of his daughters. Everything has been arranged.
Who arranged that?
Why, you did, Mr. Krantz.
Sometimes I'm so clever I outwit myself. Oh, look. Everyone is leaving the cafe here. We must go too, or else Mama will be wondering what happened to us.
Wouldn't you like to have us walk home with you, Mr. Kranz?
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Baron Schobert. You walk ahead with Papa, and Mr. Schubert and I will follow.
Yes, I'm so lucky.
Don't get lost in the crowd, Papa.
If I do, I'll find myself.
Come, Mr. Schubert.
Thank you.
Mr. Schubert, I want to thank you for helping me with Papa.
Oh, it was a pleasure. But I'm sorry the music lessons were just an excuse.
Oh, but I'd love to study with you, if you're willing.
Would tomorrow afternoon be too soon?
Oh, that's wonderful. We can talk all afternoon.
The whole afternoon.
About music.
Oh, yes. About music.
Softly your music is singing, bringing secrets sweet in its song to me.
Your vision shines on me from above.
Did you ever notice the way folks talk sometimes about the railroads, just as if they were all one big railroad? Actually, there are about 600 different railroads operating in the United States. Some of them operate over thousands of miles of track spanning great sections of the country. Some run just a few miles between local stations. Others operate joint terminals for 2 or more railroads in cities. Whatever the kind of operating they do, each one of them has its own business to do, its own problems to meet, its own services to perform. But there are some things common to all of them, large and small. They all are part of the great national and indeed continental system of transportation, which makes it possible for any shipper anywhere to send his goods anywhere else that railroads run, all as one transaction. He doesn't have to deal with a lot of railroads, just the one in his own town. And there's another thing common to all these railroads. They are, every one of them, part and an essential part of every place they serve. They are not some distant and abstract something, the railroad. They are part of your town. Railroad men and women work there. Railroad wages are paid there. Railroad supplies and materials are bought there. Railroad property is owned there. And railroad taxes are paid there. Because railroad service is so widespread, because railroads go so many places, all of us are likely to overlook this big and simple fact about them. The fact that everywhere the railroad goes, it is a local business enterprise, a citizen of every community it serves. And now back to Blossom Time, starring Patrice Moncel, Kenny Baker, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Fritzy and Kitsy are happily wed. Major be theirs in the future ahead.
Though they may fly as birdlings do, they'll always be my sister's crew.
Fritzy and Kitsy are leaving today. 2 lucky husbands will take them away.
May they be blessed with happiness, their husbands by their side. It's plain to see they'll always stay where they lie.
My dear friends, dare I say, ladies and gentlemen, today we have been present at the marriage of 3 of my 2 daughters. I mean, 2 of my 3 daughters to 3 of the 2 gentlemen. But
Papa, you're getting all mixed up.
Now, Mitzi, if you're going to interrupt me, I'll lose the thread of the whole thing here. I'll have to start all over again with a thread in one eye and a tear in the other. Now, as I was...
Mr. Kranz.
Baron Schober, please, don't interrupt, please.
But, Mr. Kranz, we're waiting to sing the serenade Mr. Schubert composed especially for the occasion.
Oh, really? Well, where is Mr. Schubert?
I'm right here at the piano, Mr. Kranz.
Oh, what a coinky-dinky.
Under your window, deep in the shadow, stand I here alone. Stand I here alone. With my song, the night wind weaves a pleading like my own. The trees that softly whisper sings a nightingale. Sings a nightingale. Where my words must fail. Where my
Very pretty indeed, Mr. Schubert.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kranz.
A little depressing, but pretty.
Why, don't be silly, Mr. Kranz. People will be singing that song when we're all playing on harps.
That's what I mean. Depressing, ain't it?
Don't pay any attention to Papa, Mr. Schubert. It was beautiful.
If my little song pleased you, Miss Mitzi, then I'm happy.
Well, come everybody. Coffee and cake in the garden.
May I pour, Papa?
You mean you want to reign at the table? That was a little joke, Mitzi.
Oh, Papa.
Aren't you coming with us into the garden, Franz?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm a little self-conscious among so many people.
Among people or just around Mitzi?
Is it that obvious?
It is to me.
You know, I wrote my serenade just for her. I tried to say everything in music that I've never been able to put into words.
Did you tell her that?
No. When I'm with her, my throat goes so dry, it's all I can do to pass the time of day. Look, I've written another song for her, Franz, a love song. Would you sing it to Mitzi for me?
Me?
You have a way about you with women. I know it's asking a great deal, but I hoped you might be willing to help me out.
Why, of course I will, Franz. At least I'll do my best.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
Baron Schober, there's a very beautiful lady in the garden asking for you.
What's her name, Mr. Kranz?
Madame Bellabruna.
Bellabruna?
Yeah.
You can't escape your past, Franz.
Who wants to escape a past like Bellabruna?
Now, wait a minute. Don't let her charms fool you, Mr. Kranz. She has a violent temper. You see that scar on my hairline?
Yes.
Soup tureen.
No.
Yes.
Besides, she has a very jealous husband, if my memory serves me right.
Her husband isn't with her, is he?
No.
Oh, good. Well, I'd better go out and get rid of her before he shows up, and then I'll be covered with scars.
But, Franz, what about my song?
I'll sing it to her later, Franz.
Franz, don't you chaps get your love letters mixed up? Friend Schubert, friend Schober.
Love letters? Why, Franz Schober is a baron, a gentleman, while
While you're nothing but a genius, you sly old foxy, you.
Papa, the guests are beginning to leave, and... Oh, Mr. Schubert, I thought you'd gone.
No, I...
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go back to being host again. Depressing, ain't it?
Everyone enjoyed your serenade so much, Mr. Schubert. They were all talking about it outside.
Would you permit me to dedicate it to you, Miss Mitzi?
Oh, Franz, how wonderful. I mean, Mr. Schubert.
Oh, no, please. If you know what it means to have you call me Franz. Miss Mitzi, dare I hope that...
Well, I got rid of Bella Brute, I think. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, don't apologize, Baron Schubert. We're delighted to see you.
Yes, of course. We're delighted.
May I come in?
Yeah, oh, Bella Bruna.
I'm not intruding, am I?
Oh, of course not.
Franz, didn't you want to say goodbye to Fritzy and Kitsy? They're leaving on their honeymoon, you know.
You'd better hurry. They were on their way when I came in.
Yes, oh, we'll catch them. Come on, Franz.
We'll be right back, Miss Mitzi. I mean, we have something important to tell you.
Coming, Franz?
Coming.
Charming man, Baron Schubert, don't you think, Miss Franz?
Very. So is Mr. Schubert. All Papa's friends are most pleasant.
I'll wager I know one who's head over heels in love with you.
You do? Who?
Oh, come now. I'm sure you can guess the name. It's someone who just left the room.
Madam, you embarrass me.
I'll give you the initials then. S.S.
How could you tell? He's so shy.
Oh, he's shy with you, is he? That's a new method.
What do you mean?
Why, that bashful, shy creature with the silent man and the eloquent eyes has left a trail of broken hearts all over Vienna.
I don't believe it. He's fine and good.
Oh, don't be taken in, my dear. These shy fellows are the worst of all.
I don't believe you. You have no proof.
No proof? Why, I am the proof. He was shy with me. He looked at me with those longing eyes. He sang to me.
Oh, madam.
You must weep. Then let your tears be tears of joy. It's far better to cry at your age than to cry at mine. Good afternoon, Miss Franz.
Oh, Franz.
Has she gone yet? Mitzi, what happened? What's wrong?
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Oh, now, wait. Don't cry, Mitzi. Please. Come lift your head with laughter and show your pretty smile again. For sunshine follows after on summer roses in the rain.
You men are everyone deceivers. I'll never trust you anymore.
When women are believers, they may find their hearts are sore.
They talk of love and favors when another maiden they adore.
But cease your plaintive sighing, another tale you shortly tell. When Cupid comes a-flying, you'll hear the wedding bell.
I'm sure that I never wed.
Quite often I've heard that said.
Forever with love I am done.
But there'll come just the one love ever fills the heart. Only one voice makes the pulses start. Only one can delight us, turn our sadness into brightness. There's no happiness apart from that one only.
Sunlight shines brighter when he's there. Darker clouds fade into blue as air.
And without her life is lonely. Only one that can make
Silver. Oh, you're both here. Franz, here's a copy of my song. Wouldn't now be a good time to...
Oh, Mr. Schubert. Baron Schubert, I know you'll excuse me. I must see to our guest.
No, wait, Mitzi. Just a moment, huh? You see, Franz has composed a new song that he wishes to lay at your feet. Doesn't that interest you?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Oh, please, come. Sit down and let me sing it to you.
Oh, well, if you wish to sing it, Baron Schubert, it will give me great pleasure to listen.
Good. Then sit here, huh? A place of honor in a private box. Franz, is the orchestra ready?
I'm here.
The zephyr murmurs to his love the trees. The lilacs yield their honey to the bees. The nightingale sobs out his accents long, while I can only breathe to you in song. While I can only breathe to you my yearning song. Thou art my love, thou art my love, and thou wilt ever be my only love, my only love.
Oh, Franz.
Now is the time to speak for me, my friend. I'll wait for her answer in the garden.
Very well, Franz. Mitzi, Franz Schubert wrote that song to tell you of his love. He worships you, Mitzi. He wants you for his wife.
But I can't marry him, Franz. I don't love him.
But you must love him, Mitzi. You're the whole world to him.
Oh, Franz, I can't help how I feel. I can't change how I feel. I just realize it's you. You I love.
Mitzi. Oh, darling. What a fool I've been. Mitzi, I've always loved you.
Oh, Franz, darling.
No. No. What have I done? It was for my dearest friend, Franz Schubert, I promised to speak. What can I say to Franz?
Say nothing. I saw it all. And I understand.
Franz, it was unintentional, believe me. Can you forgive me?
Why, of course. It will bring me great joy to know that you both are happy. Go tell your father the glad news, Miss Mitzi.
Come, darling.
Goodbye, Mr. Schubert. We'll never forget you.
She loves him, of course. How could I have thought for a moment that she could care for me? Well, at least I have my music, my eternal mistress. She will never desert me.
Song of love, melody immortal, echo of paradise, heard through heaven's portal. Though my music is unavailing, happiness cannot be for me. Still my passion shall never fail. Thou art my love. Thou art my love.
Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi.
We were talking a few minutes ago about the railroad as a citizen of every community it serves. Like any other citizen, it does its share in meeting the costs of government and public institutions and services. It does so through the taxes it pays on its property or its earnings. Now, everybody pays taxes, but there's a difference between the taxes which railroads pay and most of the taxes which many other forms of commercial transportation pay. The difference is in what's done with them. Railroad taxes are not used to build and maintain railroad tracks or terminals. Railroad taxes are like the taxes you pay on your home or your property. They are used to help pay for the defense of the nation, for the maintenance of public institutions and public welfare services, for public health and public schools. And they even help to pay for the highways and the waterways and airports and airways, provided and maintained at the expense of the taxpayers for the use of other forms of commercial transportations which compete with railroads. So when you think of the railroad in your community, think of it not just as the railroad, but as a fellow citizen and a fellow taxpayer. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to the third act of Blossom Time, starring Patrice Munsell, Kenny Baker, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Oh, Mitzi, Mitzi. You've left me nothing but echoes of melodies. I'll never write again. Never again. A caller at this hour?
I'll soon see who it is, Mr. Schubert.
Is Mr. Schubert home?
He is, but he's been quite ill, and
I'll see the gentleman, Mrs. Coburg.
Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you so late in the evening, Mr. Schubert. But I am Count Chantoff, the husband of Madame Ballabruna.
Oh, yes, the opera singer.
I just heard your unfinished symphony performed, Mr. Schubert. It was magnificent.
Thank you.
I'm so impressed, I'd like to arrange that you write an opera for Madame Ballabruna.
I should be honored. As soon as my health improves.
I came tonight because I may not be able to talk with you at a later date about this. However, I've arranged a payment for you in my will.
Your will?
Whether we meet again, Mr. Schubert, depends entirely upon the accuracy of my aim.
Oh, a duel.
So to say, rather an affair of honor.
An affair of honor. Can any fancied slight justify the taking of life?
This is no fancied slight. This man's in love with my wife. And I know Baron Schober's reputation.
Schober? Are you referring to Franz Schober?
Yes. We meet at dawn.
Oh, Count Chantoff, this is all a mistake. Schober is engaged to marry the daughter of the court jeweler, Mitzi Krantz. I beg of you, don't jeopardize their happiness. They are so much in love.
Why do you make such a plea for them?
He is my best friend. And she...
She is the woman you loved and lost?
Yes.
But you don't want me to kill the man?
Oh, no. There's enough unhappiness in the world. Let those who have been fortunate enough to find happiness keep and enjoy it.
You plead well, sir. All right. Have Baron Schober send his seconds to me. We'll arrange a reconciliation.
Thank you. I'll send word to him at once.
Mr. Schubert, we will meet again. It's a rare pleasure to meet a gentleman such as you. Good night, sir.
Good night. Mrs. Coburg? Mrs. Coburg,
Yes, Mr. Schubert?
go to the residence of Baron Schober and ask him to come here immediately. It is of the utmost importance.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what music. What eternal music is sounding in my ears. Where is my pen? I must write it down. Mitzi. Oh, it is her dear voice in my heart giving me inspiration. Mitzi. Oh, Mitzi. Are you really here? Or am I dreaming again?
I'm really here, Franz. I came to talk to you. I've learned the truth from Madame Della Bruna. The day of my sister's wedding, she warned me against a faithless lover. I thought it was you.
I see.
Oh, Franz, I can't bear to think of you like this, ill and alone. Will you let me try to make amends? I'll devote my life to making you happy.
Do you mean you are in love with me, Mitzi?
Oh, I've always been very fond of you, Franz. I'll nurse you, serve you, treasure your music.
Mitzi, look at me. Look at me and say, Franz, I love you.
Oh, Franz,
It's no good, my darling. You see, with all your generosity, you cannot give me that. So there is nothing you can give me. Now, what has happened between you and Schober?
I'm never going to see him again. After some of the things Madame Della Bruna said, why...
He loves you, and you love him. It doesn't matter what anyone says.
I don't love him.
Oh, I see. Then you would desert him in his hour of danger.
Danger?
Count Shantov has challenged him to a duel.
A duel?
Take place at dawn.
Oh, no. He can't. He might be killed.
There, you see, you do love him. Come in.
Franz!
Oh, Mitzi, my dear.
Oh, darling, darling.
Franz, Count Shantov was here. He wants to speak to your seconds to arrange a reconciliation.
A reconciliation? Oh, Franz, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try, my friend. Just be happy together. Always.
We will, Franz. We will.
And so I give my song of love to you. Take it. For it belongs to people like you who meet and fall in love in blossom.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the first air performance of Song of Norway, starring Marina Cochetz as the Countess, Melva Niles as Nina, Gilbert Russell as Rick, and your host, Gordon MacRae, as Edvard Grieg. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae. Tonight, as the composer Edvard Grieg, I shall tell you how he found greatness in his concerto. On an enchanted hill called Troldhaugen in Norway, I used to play when I was a child. With me would be Nina and Ricard, my two dearest friends. And we were pledged together in the solemn bond of the very young. But Nina went away. Years passed. Rick began to write his poems, I my music. And even then, the urge began within me to compose something that expressed the beauty and spirit of my land, a song of Norway. Then one day, Nina returned to Rick and to me. And we three had a warm reunion back in our beloved Trollhaugen.
Say, we missed you, Nina. It's putting it lightly.
Thank you, Rick. And you, Edvard. You wrote so seldom.
Nina, never judge a man by the letters he didn't write.
Oh, well, the main thing is that you're home again. And you know, I used to tell people I was from Norway, but they'd look at me as if I were a savage.
To the outside world, we're still Vikings. People of mountains and ice.
Oh, come now, Rick.
You, Edvard, could do so much. A man whose music is as Norwegian as a fjord.
You see, Nina, Rick's still waving his flaming sword. Sword, fjord. I've made a rhyme.
You're not supposed to. Rick has always been the poet, ever since we were children.
And you were always the princess, Nina.
And you, the minstrel, Edvard. Oh!
we stand on Youth's green hill. The poet, the minstrel,
the princess still, and who will swear that no matter where fortune takes us or how we fare,
we will be free. I will.
and I will.
I'll find a place in the sun with you to guide me.
I will guide you.
My darkest battle is won if you're beside me.
I'm beside
We're weaving a million schemes here by our hill of dreams. Soon we'll bring them all so beautifully true.
If I have you,
and we're I'll climb every height unclimbed.
I'll rhyme every rhyme unrhymed.
I'll find a home shining and fair.
and you'll be there.
And you'll be there. Closer,
For a whole month, Nina, Rick, and I were happy in our friendship. Then on Midsummer's Eve, one of our gayest Norwegian holidays, Rick met a strange gentleman in the square.
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. I am Count Pepe de Lou of Paris.
My name is Ricard Nordrak.
Charmed. You see, monsieur, the Countess, my wife, is an opera singer. And you know opera singers, very temperamental. She insisted on coming here for the celebration. And when my wife insists, she insists.
What's that?
That is either my wife or a factory whistle.
What a quaint place! Pepe, you may present me to these charming people.
Oh, with pleasure, my dear. The famous diva Louisa Giovanni, also the Comtesse in private life, when there is a private life.
Oh, how I love this place. Such charming simplicity.
Quite different from your grand opera countess.
Poof, grand opera, pretense and tinsel. Grand opera and I met and parted. From now on I live, laugh, and love only for today. No, not tomorrow, but no, I have my heart desire. No, never mind about how I take the piper's side. My heart wants this moment. I never thought my heart would love, how I covet you now, but all these tricks and
but you know that all is
coming from that house. Who is they?
That's Edvard Grieg.
Grieg? Grieg? Who is he?
He, too, is interested in music.
How nice. Beautiful.
It must be new. But then, you know, Grieg is always writing little songs.
Lovely. Lovely.
Bravo. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, young man, you simply play entrancingly.
Well, thank you.
And for that, I'm quite willing to look up to you, but not indefinitely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shall come right down.
Peppy!
Yes, my dear.
We stay here.
But your concert in Amsterdam.
Cancel it. Where I like it, I stay. Poof!
But the Queen is expecting you.
Poof to the Queen.
But, Louisa, you can't poof the Queen.
Peppy, go cancel Amsterdam.
Louisa, I tell you. Yes, Louisa, I cancel.
Young man.
Yes, madame?
Tell me about this Edvard Grieg.
He's a man of rare genius who one day will be one of the greatest composers that...
He's one of the first attractive geniuses I've ever met.
How do you do? I'm so glad you like my music.
Oh, Edvard, this is Madame Louisa Giovanni, the famous singer.
You're quite handsome.
Well, thank you. Again.
Edward. I must call you Edward, n'est-ce pas? Edward, I'm a person of great impulse. As an artist, you must understand.
Oh, I do. That is, I think I do.
Like that. I left that stuffy opera for the glitter and excitement of the concert hall. Does that interest you, Mr. Grieg?
Me? Well, I don't quite understand.
I had not as yet selected my accompanist, but just now, when I heard you play, I decided. Poof! There he is.
Edvard.
Well, thank you very much, but I really...
Good. I will tell Peppy I have discovered another protege. He will be furious.
Edvard, this is wonderful. Your chance to be heard.
But, Rick, our work together, the music for your poem.
Oh, you can do that when you come back.
Oh, Rick, I just can't.
Shh. Nina, we must tell her.
Tell me what?
Well, Nina, a lady came here today, a rather overwhelming lady.
I know. The opera singer. She's the talk of the entire village.
Nina, she wants me to go with her on a concert tour as her accompanist.
That means being away a long time.
But Nina, you must realize the opportunity.
Yes, it is an opportunity.
I don't know what to do.
Oh, you must go, Edvard. You will travel and meet great people of music. And they will hear your music.
That's the important thing, Nina. They will hear Edvard Grieg's music.
Yes, Rick. Go tell her Edvard will accept.
Oh, gladly.
Nina. Oh, Nina. Here in our lovely northern twilight, I'm seeing you as if for the first time.
Edvard, darling.
And with the sight of you comes music. Can you hear it?
Yes. It's so near it touches us. Edvard, perhaps the Countess will sing one of your songs.
My songs are only for you, Nina. Here, see this one I wrote only today.
Oh, let me look at it. Oh, Edvard, it's beautiful. What do you call it?
I love you. Now, there's a new name for a song.
What better name could there be? I love you too, Edvard Grieg.
Nina, will you marry me?
Yes, Edvard.
Oh, darling.
Edvard, it's all settled.
Oh, yes, Rita. So, Edvard, you will be my new accompanist. Oh, what is that music?
Festival is starting, Countess.
La, 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 la.
Nina, may I tell them?
Yes, Edward.
Friends, Nina has consented to be my wife.
Yes, Louisa.
We cannot cancel Amsterdam. Her Majesty is expecting me. I must appear.
But Louisa.
We must leave at once. Edward, you must pack immediately.
But Louisa, can't we go tomorrow?
No. No.
Not tomorrow, but no.
I am sorry, my dear Nina, but the life of an artist is like that. So come, Edward. We must be going.
Goodbye, Edvard. Goodbye, Rick.
You'll never be too far from me, Edvard, darling. I'll always have the song you wrote for me today.
Ringing clear, song of songs sublime, songs that climb above. Oh dear, let me hold you near, while we treasure every measure, so that life may never change.
Did you ever stop to think of the railroads as a special sort of highway? Well, that's just what they are. And because we have railroads, it is not necessary to burden our other highways with a lot of extra large and extra heavy vehicles. The sort of vehicles which interfere with the convenient use of the roads by ordinary motor vehicles, and which overstrain and break down the highways with excessive loads. Because we have railroads, it is not necessary to do this to our highways. But just the same, Mr. Thomas H. McDonald says that's what we're doing. And Mr. McDonald knows because he's the United States Commissioner of Public Roads and one of the great friends of highway transportation. Talking to a road builders conference recently, Mr. McDonald said, and I quote, "We are overloading our highways in their traffic volume capacity and in their structural capacity," end of quote. And he added that the results are reflected in the accident record and in what he termed skyrocketing maintenance and reconstruction costs. Describing the increase since 1931 in truck traffic, and especially the increase in heavy axle loadings, Mr. McDonald said that the effect has been, and I quote, that prior to the war, damage had reached alarming proportions. With the marked increase in heavy loads since the end of the war, the damage has become even more alarming, end of quotation. Mr. McDonald went on to say that insofar as the great majority of trucks were concerned, there was no problem of critical overloads. And he added that every proposal to increase truck sizes and weights beyond the recommendations of the American Association of State Highway Officials should be rejected summarily. But something which Mr. McDonald did not say, but which is likewise true, is that further increases in truck sizes and weights are not necessary, because we have a special sort of highway which can carry efficiently and economically the largest and heaviest loads, the American railroads. Now back to Song of Norway, starring Marina Cochet, Melvin Niles, Gilbert Russell, and your host, Gordon MacRae, as Edvard Grieg.
My concerto, Our Hill of Dreams, and Trollhagen seemed far away during the months that followed. Paris, London, Vienna, all a weird symphony of trains, concerts, and the inevitable tea party. Louisa, as usual, took complete charge of things, and soon I found myself in a concert tour of my own. And so the country boy from Norway became the lion of the salon. We ended in Copenhagen. My recital was a great success, and I saw the proud faces of Nina, Rick, in the audience. And they had brought my mother with them. There was a reception in my honor the next day at the Royal Conservatory. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Edward,
Nina.
I brought Rick with me.
Rick, I'm sorry. I've hardly had a chance to talk with you.
Oh, I only came yesterday. I know you've been so busy.
I'm the one to complain. He's been here a week, and I've scarcely seen him.
Well, you understand. Preparing for last night's recital.
I sat with Rick, and when you played music we remembered from Trollhaugen, we were too excited even to applaud.
Oh, those little pieces. They're good, but they're so, well, rather native.
Edward.
You know, it's remarkable how one's point of view changes. Now I want to reach for something more important than just folk music.
And have you found something more important, Edvard?
Oh, come, Rick. You take everything too seriously.
Edward,
Yes, Nina?
Rick has completed his poem.
Good, Rick. Fine.
It's as beautiful as Norway itself.
I'm sure it sings with your words, Rick.
Not yet. It needs your music, Edvard.
Oh, Edward, darling, I have the most exciting news. I have trapped a second line for the reception.
Louise, you remember my friends, Miss Nina?
Oh, yes, the little girl from Norway. Edward, do you know whom I brought with me? Henrik Ibsen.
Ibsen?
He's here to talk to you about writing the music for his new play, Per Gynt.
My music in an Ibsen play? Nina, Rick, did you hear?
Ibsen has become world famous. It's a great honor, Edvard.
Yes, another rung upward.
Exactly, my dear girl. This would have happened if he'd buried himself in that silly little village of yours.
Edvard Grieg would have written great music no matter where he lived.
Poof! Those simple little folk songs? Now, when we were in Vienna...
Louisa, Monsieur Ibsen is waiting on the terrace.
Be quiet, Peppy.
Yes, Louisa.
In Vienna, dear Nina, my Edward wrote a song especially for me, a gay, happy song.
Yes?
I love to sing it. Peppy, I said I love to sing it.
Oh, yes, Louisa, dear, please sing.
Oh, no, Peppy.
Oh, please do, Louisa.
Very well. If you insist.
I insist.
And now we shall go to meet the famous Henrik Ibsen. Come, Peppy, Edward.
Nina, will you excuse me, please?
Yes, Edvard.
And Rick?
Of course, Edvard.
It will be an historic moment.
Nina, I'm afraid the music to my poem will never be written.
It will, Rick. It must. Edvard promised. And you know he'd never break a promise made on Trollhaugen.
There you are, children.
Oh, Mother Grieg.
Rickard, I've had a letter from your father.
My father? What did he say?
He said that you shouldn't have made this trip, that the doctor forbade it.
Rick, you never told me you were that ill.
I'm not. Everyone worries too much. Come, let's have some tea.
In a little while, Rickard. I want to talk with Nina.
Oh, then please excuse me. I'd like to meet Henrik Ibsen.
Oh, I worry so about Rick. And about you, too, Nina.
Me, Mother Grieg?
Nina, when are you going to marry him?
Well, I don't know.
You should. You two have been engaged for a long time.
But Edvard has been traveling so much.
Yes, that is something the Countess is always careful to arrange.
She has helped him.
Nina, we are simple people. Such a woman does not think as we do. Edvard needs you, Nina. Now more than ever. Attendez, everyone! Edward Grieg will compose the music for Henrik Ibsen's Peer Gynt. He will go to the Italian Riviera where he will work with Herr Ibsen. And every so often I shall drop in on Edward to inspire him.
Nina, you heard?
Yes, Rick.
Nina, we've lost him. Oh, Mother. Nina, Rick. Isn't it wonderful? I'm going to Italy to write with Henrik Ibsen. Well, have you nothing to say to me? Yes, Edvard.
As from a dream come the hopes of the past, unfortunate vagrants, shadows that stand in a once lovely land, despoiled of its fragrance. Who are ardent in youth-inspired spring, the bird and the minstrel, once made a vow that together they would sing, but where is the minstrel? The lone poet laughs as he tells the hills and birds his hopes so rhapsodic. The poet in his heart still a thing of ringing words, and on melody.
Goodbye, Edvard. Rick, don't go, please.
Nina, you must do something. You must. Come, everyone. A toast. A toast to Edward Grieg. And may today's announcement bring him fame and all the things that make life worthwhile for an artist. An artist.
No, you are wrong, Countess. Love doesn't come divided. May this announcement which I make bring happiness to my one love. Edvard Grieg and I will be married 1 week from tonight.
Nina,
you've made me very happy.
Edvard, my dearest.
Congratulations, my dear. I do hope the Riviera will not be too cold for you.
We were talking a few minutes ago about what Mr. Thomas H. McDonald, the United States Commissioner of Public Roads, said about the extra cost to individuals and to the public resulting from overloading our highways. The highway user, Mr. McDonald said, and I quote, does not wish to pay for new highways to replace those destroyed by excessively heavy loads, end of quotation. And Mr. McDonald pointed out another way in which a relatively few extra-large and heavy vehicles add to highway costs by reason of, and I quote, the reduction of the numbers of vehicles of all types that can be carried by our highways when trucks constitute an appreciable percentage of the total, end of quotation. Under certain circumstances, he said, this reduction in the traffic volume capacity of roads is as much as 1/3. So the public, the highway users, and the taxpayers are paying more than they otherwise would have to pay for their roads and are getting less use out of the roads they pay for because of a relatively few extra-large and extra-heavy vehicles. And it is all so unnecessary when we have available railroads, specially built and specially fitted to carry just that sort of loads and to do it with unequaled efficiency and economy. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Act 3 of Song of Norway, starring Marina Cochetz, Melvin Isles, Gilbert Russell, and your host, Gordon MacRae, as Edvard Grieg.
I went to Rome and began work with Ibsen on Peer Gynt. It was a stormy collaboration filled with quarrels and bickerings. Somehow the music for Ibsen's strange tale would not come to me. My nerves became frayed and jumpy, and the ever-present conflict between Nina and Louisa added to my distraction. I finished the music finally, and Louisa insisted on having it played for the first time before a small gathering at her village.
You hear, Edward? You hear, Edward? They're applauding for you. Soon the whole world will applaud for you, and you cannot turn from it, Edward, nor from me. Yesterday you were a boy who wrote music in a village, but now the name of a man is heard, and you can make him great.
I know, Louisa, and I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but...
Pardonnez-moi, Monsieur Grieg. Your wife just arrived, and she wants to see you alone.
What is she doing here?
Nina here? I don't understand. She said she wasn't coming. But please excuse me.
Very well, but remember, I shall be waiting.
Nina, what is it? What's wrong?
Edvard, a letter just came for you, special post. It's from Mother Grieg.
From Mother? Well, let me have it, please. Oh.
Edvard, what is it?
It's Rick. He's gone.
Oh, Edvard, no.
This note. He left it for me.
Dear Edvard, the day is passing, and our lovely fjords sparkle with the last light of a dying sun. It is so with me in my life, for I can hear God whisper, to you, Edvard, I leave Norway, the maid so fair, like crystal to behold.
Nina. Nina, my darling, we're going home.
Oh, the Trollhaugen.
Yes, Trollhaugen. Oh, Nina, I failed you as I failed Rick. Can you still love me?
I've never...
At Christmas time, Kris Kringle is on hand. And were you good, Kris Kringle would comply with your demand. But were you bad, Kris Kringle, down your chimney would not climb. And you'd be standing empty-handed, which would be a crime. It's plain to see the thing to be is good at Christmas time.
Just think, Nina. Our first Christmas in our own home here in Trollhaugen.
Where we always wanted to be, darling. Where we played and dreamed. You and I. And Rick.
Yes, it was here in our Hill of Dreams, Nina, that you first said.
I love you, Edvard
Strange music in my ears. Only now, as you spoke, did it start. Strange music of the spheres, and its lovely hum is coming from my heart.
Look, Nina. The mountains are asleep under the snow, like giants under white blankets.
Do you remember, Edvard, how Rick used to write about the mountains?
Tonight I keep remembering his poem. It needs your music, Edvard, he said.
And you will find it and make it live.
Sleep, sleep on, my sleepless Norway. Thy chill dark star will yet burn brighter for thy sleep.
The words fit into this night.
Let me sit here at the piano and listen to them again, Nina. From you.
Beyond, far beyond the span and space of all place north, and before, oh, long before the face of time fell upon the fjord, the mountains loved the sky, the sun knew the earth, and the land bore spring. Listen, Edvard.
I hear it too. Rick's voice.
And there in that far-off time, and full of spring's flowing breast, children danced, even Norway danced.
Go on, Edvard. Go on.
Once long ago.
He sings with Rick's words.
Long, long ago, mid these hills dwelled a maid. Mark you well, for the maiden's name was Norway.
Like Christmas to be heard, tried men were alike entranced when Norway danced. Edvard, you found it.
Rick's Dream, a song of Norway.
You kept the promise at last.
Yes, Nina, we three are together once more. And Norway will answer his song with her own. The song of Norway ringing clear through the Cochetts, Melvin Niles, and Gilbert Russell will be back in just a moment. And meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving his warmest thanks to the members of our supporting cast, Jerome Cowan and Myra Mars, for their excellent performances in Song of Norway, with musical adaptation and lyrics by Robert Wright and George Forrest, based on a play by Homer Curran. Song of Norway was adapted for radio by Milton Lazarus, who also wrote the original stage play. And now, here are Marina Cochetts, Melvin Niles, and Gilbert Russell.
Gordon, I just want to tell you how very much I enjoyed appearing for the Association of American Railroads in this exciting production of the thrilling Song of Norway.
Ditto from me, Gordon.
And from me, too.
Well, we all thank you, Marina, Melvin, Gilbert. And we hope you'll be listening next Monday night, March 7th, when we'll be bringing you Jeanette MacDonald in Franz Lehar's Merry Widow.
I will.
I will.
And I will.
That's wonderful. And the following week, March 14th, another treat. Victor Herbert's charming Irish operetta, Eileen. In honor, of course, of St. Patrick's Day.
Well, that's another date.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Song of Norway has been presented by special arrangement with its original producer, Edwin Lester, and through the courtesy of Universal International Studios, who will soon world premiere The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley. Marina Kochetz appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Little Women, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the romantic musical success Through the Years, starring Gordon MacRae and his famous guest from the Metropolitan Opera, Nadine Connor. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another memorable musical is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and a multitude of other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Nadine Connor and I will sing the immortal Vincent Youmans' music of Through the Years.
I'll take my place beside you, smiling through the years.
Imagine that we are in an English country garden, ablaze with summer flowers. That quaint little cottage with a thatched roof, that's where I live with my niece, Kathleen.
Uncle John, where are you?
Yes, Kathleen, here I am in the garden.
Uncle John, have you heard the news?
I heard the bells ringing, my child. I knew what that must mean.
How do you feel about the war?
We won't soon forget this year. 1914 will be a time of despair for many people. But we should think of it with hope, too. For when men take up arms to crush the evil in the world, that should be a time for rejoicing, don't you think?
I think so, Uncle John. Oh, listen!
Bells are pealing, hearts beat madly, earth's blue ceiling smiles down gladly. Lord, we see good time, your friend, now you're my brother. Hate will end, now love each other. In my heart, I hear the drums roll. Deep in my heart, beating with joy. Cymbals I reaching my ear, thrashing with joy. Hail a new day, welcome a bright sky. Humbly I pray, happy am I. Drums in my heart, striking a new chord. Drums in my heart, thank the Lord. Drums in my heart, I hear drums roll. Beats in my heart, beating with joy. Strings from my ear, way down my soul. Reaching my ear, prancing with joy. Hail a new day, welcome a bright sky. Humbly I pray, happy am I. Drums in my heart, striking a new chord. Drums in my heart, thank the Lord.
If that's the way you feel, Uncle John, then maybe this is the time for me to tell you something. Something awfully important.
What is it, child?
I know how you feel about Kenneth Wayne.
As far as I'm concerned, the Wayne family does not exist.
But Ken's enlisted.
He's doing his duty. A million more will do the same.
But I'm in love with Ken. Oh, I know something happened years ago. Something about Ken's father and Aunt Moonine.
I refuse to discuss it. If you have any love for me, you'll forget about this Kenneth Wayne.
I'll try, Uncle John.
Now, Kathleen, you will meet other young fellows. Handsome ones, too. How can you give your heart to the son of the man who...
Who what, Uncle John? I've got a right to know.
What is the good of stirring ancient ashes?
This will be our last night, Kathleen. For a while, anyway.
Oh, Ken.
I'd ask you to wait for me, only the way your uncle feels,
I begged him to talk to you. You can't imagine how bitter he is.
The sins of the father.
Oh, Ken.
It's funny, I hardly knew my father, and yet something he did before you and I were born may keep us apart forever.
And we don't even know what it was. Something happened here in this garden the night he married my Aunt Moonine.
It must have been 40 years ago.
But for Uncle John, the wound never healed. He never let it heal. Sometimes, late at night, when he thinks I'm asleep, he comes out here in the garden and he talks to her.
But she's dead.
He talks to her just the same. Uncle John!
I thought I heard voices in the garden.
Good evening, Mr. Carteret.
Kathleen, I had hoped you would make it clear to this young man that he is not welcome here.
Even on the last night before he goes to France?
Oh, Wayne will always be a trespasser. Now go to your room.
Good night, Ken. Goodbye.
Does it bring you such happiness, sir, to hurt others, even those you love?
You speak to me of hurting others? You, the son of Jeremiah Wayne? Good night, young man.
Good night, sir.
Oh, Moonine. Moonine.
Did you call me, John?
Moonine. It's been so lonely without you.
It's going to be lonely for him, too, and for Kathleen being apart.
They don't even know what it means.
Why, they're in love just as we were.
How could they be?
Such things happen, John, whether we will them or not. I heard him singing a song to her here in this garden, just such a song as you sang to me when we were young and in love.
I don't want to hear it.
A tender song, and he seemed to mean every word of it. Dream of my heart, something mine, light of my life, Mahouri, you're mine. You're like the sun when you're true, I shine. A song as you sang love songs to me, John Carteret.
Before Jeremiah Wayne destroyed what chance for joy I had in this life.
Oh, how bitter you are, John.
Haven't I a right to be bitter?
Oh, for a time, perhaps, but it's been so long, so long.
I'll hold on to my hate for Jeremiah Wayne and all his clan as long as I live and after.
I'm sorry to hear you say that, John. For it's no use for me to come and see you like this while you hold such hate in your heart.
Moonyin, you won't leave me.
I'll not come to you again, John, until you learn to forgive what ought to be forgiven.
It's a long way to Tipperary. Farewell, Leicester. It's a long, long way to Tipperary. From my heart right there.
Why are you so sad, Kathleen?
No reason.
You haven't had a letter for weeks.
It may not mean anything.
It may be fate, then. Fate and a strange kind of justice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kathleen, it's time I told you what happened here in this garden 40 years ago.
Does it matter?
Yes, I think it does. It was a warm evening like this one. The garden was all in bloom, just as it is now. Your Aunt Moonyin and I had come from the church. We were Mr. and Mrs. John Carteret. Lord, how happy we were.
Oh, everything was perfect, darling.
Was it, my dear?
Oh, as long as I live, John, I hope we're always as happy as we are at this moment.
All sunny days. No storm clouds ever.
I wonder why Jerry Wayne didn't come to the ceremony.
You didn't invite him, did you?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Thought, well, surely you've broken off with him, haven't you?
Why, of course, but that's no reason to be rude to poor Jerry.
Somehow I don't trust him.
Well, then I'm glad he didn't come. From now on, all things shall be arranged for the pleasure of my lord and master.
Oh, Moonyin, if you're happy...
And time hurt disappear. I'll come to you, smiling through the
This is the happy couple.
Jerry.
That's right, Jerry. Good old Jerry.
You're a little late for the wedding, Mr. Wayne.
Don't get high and mighty with me, Carteret. Moonyin's mine, you knew that. I can't stand to think of any other man.
Oh, no, Jerry, that won't do any good.
I'm not afraid of him. Only a coward carries a gun.
Oh, John, be careful.
He won't fire.
Won't I?
Oh, no, you can't. Oh.
Moonyin!
Dear God, I killed her.
Moonyin, why did you throw yourself in front of me?
Oh, I'm a selfish wife. If one of us had to die, I'd rather I was the one.
Moonyin, don't leave me.
I won't leave you, John. I'll be with you always. I'll be near, no matter when or where. Remember, what is mine, I'll always stand.
Moonyin.
Through the night, I'll be a star to guide.
will return for Act 2 of Through the Years. You know, the sound of a raging storm can be mighty pleasant to listen to if you're sitting relaxed, all warm and snug inside, and the storm is outside. Much too often, however, even though it's raining, snowing, or sleeting, even though you can't see your hand in front of your face and the roads are icy and hazardous, much too often you have to travel in bad weather. And unfortunately, it's pretty hard to tell very far in advance what the weather will be this time of year. That's why it's such a comfort to know that despite the weather, you can always count on safe, comfortable train travel to get you where you want to go. Let the storms come. Let the weather do its worst. Inside your warm, snug hotel on wheels, you relax in comforting security as your powerful passenger train glides smoothly and safely over the steel highways that bind our country together. A highly trained and experienced crew of courteous railroad men is at your service. Men whose job and pleasure it is to make your trip a pleasure you'll long remember. At night, you'll sleep soundly in any one of a wide variety of comfortable accommodations. You'll eat leisurely and delightfully in cheerful, up-to-the-minute dining cars. Enjoy a good book or good conversation in friendly lounge or club cars. Feast your eyes on the enchantment of the passing scenery. Yes, and when you arrive at your destination, you'll arrive fresh, rested, ready to pitch into business or pleasure with real enthusiasm. Remember, too, when it's time to return, your train will be ready and waiting to relieve you of all the work and worry of getting home. Next time you travel, then, let the railroads carry you safely, dependably, and comfortably to your destination. Enjoy all the many advantages that are yours only when you travel by train. You'll be glad you did. Now here's Act 2 of the Lawrence and Lee version of Vincent Heuman's Through the Years, starring Gordon MacRae as John Carteret and Nadine Connor as Mooneen.
Come to my heart, my dear son, grow. Peace in my heart, beating with joy.
What happened then, Uncle John?
Your Aunt Mooneen died in my arms, and Jeremiah Wayne ran off to Canada and was never heard from again. Until this son came back.
Uncle John, sometimes I see you late at night here in the garden, and you seem to be talking to someone.
She made me a promise before she died. Mooneen said she would never leave me. Even through the wall of death, she would come to me when I called. I suppose a good many people might say I was losing my mind to believe such a thing.
I understand, Uncle John.
She has come to me again and again. At night and in the daytime, too. I see Mooneen. As real as life and more real. She is there in all beautiful things.
I always see your eyes within the stars above your a kiss
But she won't come. It's been so lonely without her.
Poor Uncle John.
Then I'm afraid you know the meaning of loneliness, too, don't you, child?
I'm learning what it means. Yes, I'm learning. I'm selfish, I suppose. I ought to be celebrating with everybody else. The good news. But, oh, it's so hard, Uncle John, since he didn't come back.
Does Kenneth Wayne still mean so much to you?
I know how you feel, and I don't blame you. But
There, child. It's not too late to marry him, if you like.
What?
I found your Ken at the railway station.
He's alive?
Not only alive, he's waiting for you now, outside in the garden.
I don't believe it. Ken!
Kathleen. Oh, Kathleen.
Oh, Ken, darling. What happened to your leg?
I was a darn fool and let a sniper catch me, that's all.
Why didn't you write? Why didn't you tell me?
He wasn't ever going to see you again. That's what he said when I found him.
I didn't want to come here, but your Uncle John made me come.
You didn't want to see me?
I can't ask you to marry me, Kathleen. I'm not well.
I'll take care of you, Ken. I'll make you well again.
No, it wouldn't work.
What do you mean it wouldn't work? Kenneth Wayne, I once told you that you and my niece could never see each other. Now I want you to know it's my deepest wish that you two should be married and find happiness together.
God bless you, Uncle John.
Now go. Go along with your young man, Kathleen. I just want to sit here in the garden for a bit and wait for the moonrise. Mooney, you've come back.
I've never really been away from you, my darling. But while your heart was so full of hate, you couldn't see me.
It was right, wasn't it, that I should forgive him?
How could you ever blame him for what his father did? You should have given him your blessing years ago.
Why, Mooney, you're in your wedding dress. Beautiful and as fresh, as young, as if 40 years were only a day.
Why, you are young, too young.
I'm old. My face is lined.
I see no lines.
I'm bent and feeble.
Why, you are straight and tall as a poplar.
You see me like that?
I see you like that.
Why, it's a miracle.
It's love. And from now on, you and I will be together always.
Through all the years there are and will be.
Through the night, I'll be a star to guide you, shining bright, though clouds may come to hide you.
Through the years,
Nadine Carter will be back in just one moment. Meanwhile, our thanks to Janet Waldo, Harry Harbour, Carlton Young, and to our entire company. Through the years, with book by Brian Hooker, lyrics by Edward Heyman, and music by Vincent Humans, was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this same time by the American Railroads. Marvin?
This month, all of us have an opportunity to join medical science in the fight against heart disease, the nation's most deadly disease. Extensive research, education, and community programs can and are doing much to help prevent, cure, and lessen the effects of heart disease, which strikes young and old, rich and poor alike. This program, sponsored by the American Heart Association, needs your help. Support your local heart association and help your heart fund. Help your heart.
Thank you very much, Marvin. Now, here again, folks, is our delightful guest, Nadine Connor.
Where's the show train bound for next week, Gordon?
For a county fair in merry old England.
Oh?
And Gladys Swarthout is going to be...
Ah, so pure, ah, so bright.
Oh, that'll be a treat. We'll all be listening to you and Gladys Swarthout singing Martha.
Thank you, Nadine. And we'll be seeing you again real soon.
All aboard!
Well, dear friends, it looks as if we're ready to pull out. And so until next week... How now, Brown Cow? Until next Monday night, and Martha, on behalf of the other members of the cast and of the American Railroads, this is your friend Gordon MacRae saying goodbye.
Through the Years was presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in Three Sailors and a Girl in Technicolor. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying good night for the American Railroad. Now, stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Tonight, the voice of Firestone features Caprice Punzel on the NBC Radio Network.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our summer show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a new musical version of Rip Van Winkle by Lawrence and Lee, starring Gordon MacRae and his lovely guest, Dorothy Warren Scholl. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another musical premiere is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. Now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, did you ever wish you could lie down and take a nap for about 20 years? Well, tonight we're going to bring you the story of a snooze like that, inspired by the great early American writer, Washington Irving. We'll have to turn the clock back a couple of centuries, though, to the days of the 13 colonies. And we'll ask you also to think of Dorothy Warren Scholl as a lass with a sharp chin and a sharper tongue. As for me, well, my name is Van Winkle, my nickname is Rip. To all the young ladies, my hat I do tip. To gladden their hearts, I would lay down my life. Were it not for the fact it would rankle my wife. I live near the village of New Amsterdam, as full up with people as a pig's full of ham. They're thinking of changing the name to New York, as full up with people as a pig's full of pork.
Seeding and weeding and plowing.
trouble, I'd much rather sleep. I guess the back meadow can wait till tomorrow for mowing.
Rip Van Winkle!
If I were asleep, I'd swear I was having a nightmare.
Rip Van Winkle, where are you?
Since I'm not asleep, it must be the voice of my loving wife.
Rip! Rip!
That's Dame Van Winkle, all right. Coming, my love, coming.
Now, how is a man's wife to keep her self-respect along with a son and a daughter when her husband spends the livelong day idling away his time and paying no attention whatsoever to his farm, his family, or the affairs of his house?
Well, you see, Nicholas Vedder...
Nicholas Vedder, is it? A lazy, useless, loathsome ne'er-do-well, almost as bad as my own husband. Why I ever married you, Rip Van Winkle, I'll never know.
I know, my love. Sometimes I ask myself the same question.
Dog, that everlasting dog of yours.
Well, now, what harm is he...
I've told you 1,000 times not to let that untidy creature track the mud of the streets onto my rug. Shoo! Shoo, dog!
Come with me, Wolf.
Never do an honest day's work in your life. Never earn so much as a picture of King George stamped on the top of the
What's a man to do? Oh, poor Wolf. Our mistress leads us a dog's life of it, all right. But there's one escape for us. The Catskill. The Catskill Mountains. Yes, sir, as long as a man can climb the Purple Hills and hunt for a squirrel, there's no complaining. Come on, Wolfie boy, I'll get my gun and we'll show the world it's not such a bad life after all. There's no sport like squirrel hunting in the wooded hills in autumn. When a man grows tired late in the afternoon, why, he can throw himself down on the green knoll. And from an opening between the trees, he can look down on the lordly Hudson River far below. Well, Wolfie, the day's almost gone. By the time we get back to the village, the supper will be cold on the table, and my wife's good tongue will be hot in her mouth. What's the matter, Wolf? Do you see something down there in the glen? Steady, steady there. There's nothing to bristle your back. Steady. Or is there? What's moving down there? Hello?
Rip and Winkle.
What? Who's that?
Rip and Winkle.
Who knows my name? I saw him. A short, square-built old fellow with thick, bushy hair and a grizzled beard. He was dressed like the old Dutchman of yore, and slung on his shoulders was a stout keg of Holland brew.
Rip and Winkle, howdy do? Have a little Catskill brew.
Well, now, sir, I didn't trust that little old man, and neither did Wolf. And then he made a sign for me to come and help him carry the keg. Well, he was such a little man, and it was such a big keg, how could I refuse? I followed him up a narrow gully. From the
sound of thunder, I expected at any moment to feel a large raindrop hit the end of my nose. I looked up. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. And ahead of me in a clearing was a sight to behold. There, in a wooden hollow, was a company of odd-looking little men, all dressed up in the same ridiculous fashion as my guide. They were playing at ninepin. They looked for all the world like the figures in an old Flemish painting. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, and yet they maintained the most mysterious silence. What's the matter, Wolf? What do you see? Tell me, lad. Why does your tail hang between your legs? And I got the shock of my life. Because there, not a dozen faces in front of me, her head bent low over needlework, was Dame Van Winkle. Well, now, how did she get there? Did these strange little men kidnap her or steal her away? And if they did, whatever for? What they could want with Dame Van Winkle was far beyond me. They must be strange little men indeed. Well, I'm not a fellow to question my good fortune, so just as I was about to tiptoe off, the most remarkable thing of all happened. She looked up, and she smiled. Yes, sir, if I hadn't seen her with my own eyes, I'd not have believed it. I'd have just thought the corners of her mouth would crack. But no. There was Dame Van Winkle smiling as sweetly as the Cupid on our Heaven Bless Our Home sampler.
Good evening, Rip.
Good evening, lass. Is it truly you, my love?
Oh, a man should know his own wife, I should think.
Oh, he should. But there's been such a change about you, my love. Somehow I never thought of you as a lass with such a delicate air.
And I never heard such compliments from your tongue, Rip Van Winkle. Young Molly, who lived at the foot of the hill, whose fame every virgin with envied of still, of Eunice blessed with so ample a shame. Men call her the land with a delicate air, with a delicate air. Men call her the land with a delicate
Well, now, what right did she have, the wife of Rip Van Winkle, to make so sweet a sound? I should have heard a noise like this.
Now, how's a man's wife to keep her self-respect when her husband spends the live all day idling away his time and paying no attention?
No, nothing but honey came from her mouth. I scratched my head in disbelief. My wife turned into an angel on earth. Well, when you come right down to it, there's naught to complain about. Man may as well take his fortune as it comes, lift his voice in a song, and, well, see what happens.
One evening last May, as I traversed the grove, in thoughtless retirement, not dreaming of love, I chanced to espy the gay nymph I declare, and really she had a most delicate hair, a most delicate hair, and really she had a most delicate
In just a moment, we return for Act Two of Rip Van Winkle. How did today's high prices get that way? A good way to go about finding the answer is to start with a process of elimination. If we can rule out factors that have little to do with high prices, we can better focus on factors that directly bear on them.
For that reason, I believe you'll be interested in an editorial which appeared recently in Commercial West, a leading Midwestern business publication. Here's what the editorial said, and I quote. Some people seem to think quite honestly that railroad freight rates represent a substantial part of the cost of most things we buy, and that freight rates have been a factor in forcing prices to rise. Those who do think that are wrong on both counts. First of all, freight rates had nothing at all to do with starting the rise in prices. Prices went up first long before the freight rate. When the last World War ended in 1945, railroad freight charges were no higher than when war began in Europe 6 years earlier. The first post-war increase in freight rates were not made until mid-1946, and by that time prices generally had risen 50%. Second, railroad freight charges are always a very small fraction of the cost of most articles we buy, and today they represent a smaller fraction than they ever did before. Actually, since the last war began, railroad revenues, figured on the standard ton-mile basis, have increased only 1/3 as much as railroad wages, as the cost of the many materials and supplies the industry must buy, and as consumer prices generally. To put the situation still another way, railroad freight charges today, in proportion to the price level, are actually lower than they ever were before in the line's long history. So don't blame the cost of carrying freight for boosting prices. It just isn't so. The fact is that the railroads have been doing a superb job with extremely inadequate earnings. End of quotation. So you see, increased freight rates have mighty little to do with the rise in prices of the things you buy. And now Act Two of the new Lawrence and Lee musical version of Rip Van Winkle, starring Gordon MacRae as Rip and Dorothy Warrenschold as Dame Van Winkle.
Well, sir, there I was, as happy as old Peter Stuyvesant with a new wooden leg. Congenial company. My wife's disposition turned inside out, or outside in, as the case may be.
Would you like to join us in a square dance, mein Herr Van Winkle?
Thank you kindly, sir, but Dame Van Winkle considers dancing a frivolous pastime.
Why, nonsense, Rip. I'll be your partner.
What? Can't believe it. Dad's good, east is east. East is west, and up is down. And I like it fine this way. I like it fine.
Skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip to the loo, my darling.
Flies in a buttermilk, choo, choo, choo. Flies in a buttermilk, choo, choo, choo. Flies in a buttermilk, choo, choo, choo. Skip to the loo, my darling.
Oh, the father, what'll I do? What'll I do? What'll I do? I'll find another one prettier than you and skip to the loo, my darling. Skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip to the loo, my darling.
Wanna swing?
Skip to the loo.
Wanna swing?
Skip to the loo.
Down home?
Skip to the loo, skip to the loo, my darling.
Back to the apartment?
Skip to the loo.
Back to the apartment. All promenade.
Skip to the loo, my darling. Hold your boat, talk to you, talk to you, talk to you.
Now you know what else to do.
Just skip to the loo, my darling. Skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip, skip, skip to the loo, skip to the loo, my darling.
Me, I haven't danced so since the day Derek Van Mummel's daughter married the Burgermeister.
Well, we danced like that at our wedding, too, Rip. Remember?
I sure do, and you were the prettiest girl in New Amsterdam. By heaven, you still are.
Believe me if all those endearing young charms which I gaze on so fondly today were to change by tomorrow and fleet in my arms like fairy gifts fading away. Thou wouldst still be adored as this moment thine. Let thy loveliness fade as it will.
Well, lad, that it is.
Then I warrant it's time to tap the keg.
The keg, you say?
Aye. I'll pound this spigot in this barrel. Drinks, my hearties! Rip and winkle, rip and wink. Have a little Tesco drink.
Well, I might just taste a drop if you can spare it. Not a bad brew. To tell you the truth, sir, the dancing did make me mighty thirsty.
Rip and winkle, rip and rip. Have a little catskill nip.
I will. One little old sip never hurt a man.
Rip and winkle, rip and winkle, rip and winkle, rip and winkle, rip.
Thank you. Oh, where am I? What happened? Must have dozed off and dreamt all about that Dame Van Winkle. Oh, I knew it was too good to be true. By the ghost of good Peter Stuyvesant, I must have slept here all night. Oh, that brew, that wicked brew. What excuse shall I make to Dame Van Winkle? My musket, where's my musket? Why, this isn't my gun. Those little old bandits, they stole my musket. Put this rusty flintlock in its place. Wolf? Wolf? Now, where'd that dog run off to? Oh, what's the matter with my poor joints? These mountain beds don't seem to agree with me. This doesn't look like my village, but it must be. Different houses, different names on the doors.
Look at the beard. Look at the old man with the funny beard.
Me? A beard on me?
What? Why don't you let it go all the way to your knees, Grandpa?
Now, this is all very strange. I don't know any of your faces. I can't even recognize your dog. Have I no friends here?
Tell us who you are, old-timer. We'll tell you if you have friends or not.
Alas, gentlemen, I'm a poor, quiet man and a loyal subject to the king. God bless him.
The king? He's a Tory! A Tory! Run him out of town! A Tory!
Please, I meant no harm. I'm Rip Van Winkle. At least that's who I was when I dozed off in the mountains.
Dozed off? He must have slept right through the Revolutionary War.
Get out the way, Rip Van Winkle, get out the way, Rip Van Winkle, Mr. Hold on, revolution, slept right through the Revolution.
Now, wait a minute,
Rip Van Winkle came to town, long white beard hanging down, combed his hair with a wagon wheel, tied with a toothache in his heel.
I'm not dead. I don't know what you're talking about.
Get out the way, Rip Van Winkle, get out the way, Rip Van Winkle, war is over, Tories weeping, Rip Van Winkle, just lay there sleeping. Rip Van Winkle, Mr. Hold on, revolution, slept right through the Revolution.
What's this all
Rip Van Winkle came to town, long white beard hanging down, combed his hair with a wagon wheel, tied with a toothache in his heel. So get out the way, Rip Van Winkle, get out the way, Rip Van Winkle, war is over, Tories weeping, Rip Van Winkle, just lay there sleeping.
I can't understand this. I can't understand it at all.
Hush, little Rip. The old man won't hurt you.
Why, young lady, you're the very image of... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Well, you have the same name as my little son. He's called Rip in memory of his grandfather.
And your name is Judith.
Why, how did you know? I'm Judith Gardenier.
Tell me, lass, what do you know of your father?
Oh, it's been 20 years since he went away from home.
20 years?
Yes. And he's never been heard from since.
And your mother? Is your mother still alive?
Oh, no.
She burst her heart with grief when your father went away, I suppose. Is that it?
Oh, not at all. No, she burst a blood vessel in a fit of rage at a New England peddler.
Yes. That would be Dame Van Winkle right enough. Lass, I'm your father.
My father?
Mm-hmm. Young Rip Van Winkle once, old Rip Van Winkle now.
Oh, but where have you been these 20 years?
Dreaming, my child, dreaming. Oh, it's not been unpleasant, really. I dreamed that I was in the company of a lass who was the image of my wife, but whose tongue was as sweet as the honey in the comb. I thought it was only in my mind. But you see now, the dreams come true.
Oh, welcome home, Father. My day shall be so wondrous free. The little birds that flew with careless ease from tree to tree are not so blessed as you, are not so blessed as you.
I remember that song. As gliding waters ever cheer of mine increase their stream, and as the breathing gales Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This show, Rip Van Winkle, was based on the famous Washington Irving story by Washington Irving, as I said, and was made into a musical by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroad. Truth, communism's deadliest enemy, can do much to help win the Cold War and to help prevent a worldwide hot war. Each day, hour after hour, Radio Free Europe beams the truth to millions of captive people behind the Iron Curtain, helping to sow seed of hope and revolt against the Red rulers and their collaborators. But your help is needed to build additional transmitters in Europe and in Asia, to send the truth to more millions behind the Iron Curtain. Support the independent, citizen-sponsored Crusade for Freedom and help truth fight communism. For full information, write to the Crusade for Freedom, Empire State Building, New York. 1, New York. All aboard! Well, sir, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next Monday night, and the world premiere of a new musical, The Emperor of San Francisco, this is Gordon MacRae saying goodnight for myself and Dorothy Warrenshaw. Goodbye.
Gordon MacRae can be seen in Warner Brothers on Moonlight Day. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. And now stay tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
The preceding was transcribed. Next, Bidou Sayao sings on the telephone hour on NBC.
Transcribed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the Romberg-Hammerstein operetta, East Wind, starring Gordon MacRae and his guest, charming Mimi Benzel. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another distinguished musical play is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life.
And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our story tonight takes half the world for its stage. Lovely Mimi Benzel is Claudette, and I am Paul, in a musical adventure born on the East Wind.
Only the leaves singing in the poplar trees.
It's the east wind, Papa Grenier. And I thought I heard a man's voice singing to me.
He's calling you away from us, Claudette. Will you write a letter now and then to your old schoolmaster from Saigon, from the Far East?
Of course, Papa Grenier.
It will be a great change for you, Claudette. Here in France, your life has been so sheltered.
My father will look after me.
It would break my heart if any ugliness should touch our little Claudette.
Why, Papa Grenier, have you forgotten all the things you teach us in the schoolroom? That life is good, the sun smiles on us, and the world's the most wonderful place in the world. Have you ever heard a cowbell ringing? Have you heard it?
Yes, we've heard it.
Have you ever heard a bluebird singing? Have you heard him?
Yes, we've heard it.
Have you taken off your socks and waded in a brook that heavy trees have shaded?
Yes, we have, and we are all persuaded.
Have you heard the bluebird sing? He will tell you just one thing. It's a wonderful world when you fall in love with it. It's a wonderful world. It's a wonderful life when you're hand in love with it. It's a wonderful world. When you hope and you weep and your dreams come true, and the dreams you love fall in love with you. And be proud to be, just allowed to be in this wonderful
All ashore that's going ashore, all ashore that's going ashore.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Papa Grenier. Au revoir.
Mademoiselle, you dropped your purse.
Oh, thank you. I'm so excited. I just don't know what I'm doing.
You're going all the way to Saigon?
Yes.
I hope it'll be a delightful voyage for both of us.
When you hope and you dream and your dreams come true, and the dreams you love fall in love with you. And be proud to be, just allowed to be in this wonderful world. Am I really in the Far East, Renee? Am I really here?
Yes, you stay right there with the luggage, Claudette. I'll go find us a carriage.
Thank you, Renee.
What do you bring? I
Have you, mademoiselle? Where?
In France, just before I sailed to Saigon.
Then you must have remarkable hearing. I've been stationed here with the Army for 3 years.
Oh, well, I must have dreamed.
Is this your first visit to Saigon?
Yes.
Well, then let me tell you something about life in the Far East.
If you want good luck, you must gamble. You must gamble for your good luck. And if you'd love life, you must seek it. You must seek life if you'd love it. Out in the east here, nearer the sunrise, fortune may change here with every breeze. So may my fate ride with the east wind, with the east wind. May my fate ride out in the tropics under a burning sky. Here's where I have chosen to cast my lot, to live and love and East wind, what do you bring? I'm waiting. Lift your quivering wings, fly to me. Give me men who can sing, laughing girls and yellow sunshine. Make me beggar or king, east wind I wait for you. What do you bring? Lift your quivering wings, fly to me. Give me men who can sing, laughing girls and yellow sunshine. Make me beggar or king. East wind I wait for
May I introduce myself? I am Captain Paul Gervais.
Gervais. I am Claudette Fortier.
Mademoiselle Fortier, you must allow me to show you the sights of Saigon.
Oh, I should be most grateful to you, Captain. There is so much I want to see. A Conroy hill, a banyan tree.
I will do my best to show you round. You won't miss anything with me.
I want to know the natives too. I find romance in all that's new.
And romance is just the word describing what I'm finding in you.
I saw your eyes and I liked your eyes. Their look was tender and kind. That we would be the best of friends. I soon made up my mind.
of yours.
Renee, it's good to see you again.
How are you, Paul? You look great.
Well, the Army agrees with me. Do you know Miss Fortier?
Do I know her? I'm engaged to her.
Engaged?
Yes.
You're engaged to my brother?
We met on the boat. It was quite a long voyage.
And quite an interesting one.
Yes. Yes, I imagine it was. My brother has something of a reputation as a ladies' man, Claudette. As a matter of fact...
Just a minute, Paul. Excuse, my dear. Are you trying to spoil this for me?
She's a sweet girl, Renee.
And I'm going to marry her.
Well, congratulations. Frankly, she's too good for you.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. If you settle down, give her a good home, fine. But if you hurt her...
Did I ask for any brotherly advice?
Oh, there's no charge. Unless you don't take it.
Paul!
What's wrong, Claudette?
Rene is in trouble. He won't tell me what it is, but we have to leave Saigon.
But when?
Now, tonight. Oh, Paul, I never should have married him. Why didn't you stop me?
I thought you were in love.
We were. But he doesn't need a wife. A wife is just a burden to him.
Oh, Claudette, don't you know that I'm in love with you?
Oh, Paul. Are you love? Are you the dream I've waited for? Are you my brave and shining knight with the right to take me?
Are you mine? Then I am yours forevermore. Everything I do will be done for you. You can make or break me.
Are my arms the arms you want around you now? Then let them hold you here while I have you near.